You know, I don't know what it would be. Yeah.
I'll get it.
Well, it's also a time of life where people are also rebelling against their family and defining themselves in their own way.
Okay, are we ready to go? Are we live?
There probably is some gentle pressure.
We are live.
Not
All right.
to do certain things. And if
Okay.
you try to identify yourself,
Now that we have
do something
quorum
different.
and we are live on WinCam, good evening and welcome to School Committee's regular meeting of June 12th. I'll call the meeting to order at 5:33. And first, I'll read off the agenda. We'll begin with public comment, and then we'll have superintendent, chair, and student remarks. Our superintendent is under the weather today, so he is very sad that he could not join us, but just said there are lots of presentations, and please enjoy this evening in celebration of the end of the year. And in his stead, we will have Mr. Andrew Marin, our finance director and business operations, who will be helping us out. So thank you. We will then have the consent agenda, including consideration of approval of minutes from March 27th, April 10th, April 18th, April 28th, May 1st, and May 5th. And we will have report, update, and action items, including a presentation on the McCall schedule change working group update, elementary literacy year-end update, consideration of approval of the town climate leader application, a WinPAC end-of-year update, consideration of approval of preliminary WPS capital planning recommendations for the FY27 cycle, superintendent's recommendation on open enrollment, consideration of the select board recommendation of a joint appointment to the EFPBC, consideration of subcommittees and town assignments, and consideration of the timeline for the FY25 evaluation of the superintendent. Then we'll have anticipated future agenda items, next meetings, and adjournment.
Hi.
Hello. Good evening. So we'll begin with public comment. The blurb.
What's that?
Comment blurb.
Oh, you have it.
Do you want me to get the list from the front?
Is there a
And
list?
Yeah.
yes, I believe we have a list. Thanks. Appreciate it. So I'll get that to you. Many things, but
So our first person on the list, unfortunately, I can't read your name. Is it Alyssa Barris? Yeah, Elisa Barris, sorry.
if you just want to come up to the table, we do have a little preamble that we usually read off. So let's see. So public comment shall be for a period of 20 minutes, and any citizen wishing to speak before the committee shall identify themselves by name and address. Shall speak for no longer than 3 minutes, and all remarks will be addressed through the chair of the meeting. And public comment is not a discussion, debate, or dialogue between the citizens and the committee, but it's a citizen's opportunity to express their opinion on issues of school committee business. And if you have written comments that are longer than 3 minutes, those can be presented to the committee for our review and consideration at an appropriate time. And those can be submitted to schoolcommittee@winchesterps.org.
Okay, great.
So, thank
Thank you very much. My name is Elisa Barris, and I am the mother of a first and third grader at Ambrose Elementary. And first, thank you for letting me speak to you about a subject that's very important to me. And like many people that have come here, parents that have come up, we are very concerned about the presence of personal devices in our schools. And I don't think we fully understand the pressure it puts on our kids with the constant notifications in their backpacks and the distractions that this causes. Even with the kids that don't have the devices, they feel this social impact. On top of that, I worry about what they're exposed to. Not all of these personal devices have strong parental controls, and the risk of my kids and any kid seeing inappropriate content is high. And once they see it, they can't unsee it. And this is a risk that I never imagined I'd have to deal with in the school system itself. So what they need is they need space. These kids need space from these devices. They need space to interact with their peers face to face, to learn in a safe environment, and to just be kids. So a strong, consistent, no personal device policy from K through high school is one of the kindest and most protective things that we can do for our kids. So thank you for listening to me and for seriously considering this policy change for next school year.
Thank you very much. So our next commenter, I believe, is Lynn Caldwell.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Caldwell. I'm at 11 Norwood Street. I've been a Winchester resident for almost 20 years, and I'm a pediatric nurse practitioner as well as a mom of 4 kids ages 14 to 20. So I'm honored to be able to speak on behalf of the Let Kids Be Kids initiative and offer my full support of cell phone policies at the high school level. It's hard to ignore the studies right now that show that allowing having cell phones in the classrooms have associated with decreased academic performance, memory retention issues, and difficulty paying attention as a student. Perhaps the most compelling reason is that schools that have already implemented cell phone-free policies have seen marked increase in behavior, social improvements, and student behavior and participation. This has been a subject that I've been very passionate about for several years, both as a pediatric nurse practitioner and as a mom of 4 kids that have gone through the school setting here. When recently talking to my 2 older kids who are recent high school graduates, I was interested to hear what they had to say about this subject, and what they said was remarkable. They told me that not having phones in the classroom setting was super distractive for them, hard for them to learn, hard for them to focus. And even if they were the ones that weren't on their cell phones, they felt that it was really hard to pay attention with other kids that were trying to get on their phones, playing games, shopping, watching videos. It was really hard to pay attention. My son actually told me it was sort of a relief when teachers would take the phone initially in the beginning of the class. It was one less thing he had to think about, worry about, and the pressure was off. And it was easier for him to pay attention to the subject as a whole. So for that reason, I feel like, wow, what a gift to hear from their perspective of 2 kids that just graduated. I feel that it's pretty clear that a policy that limits cell phone use in the classroom setting would be beneficial to both students and teachers. I'm happy to be part of this initiative and see this momentum growing both at the elementary level and beyond. Thank you for your time.
Our next commenter is Asmina Bayani.
Hi, good evening. My name is Asmina Bayani, and I live at 307 Cross Street. By way of background, I'm a primary care physician for both adult and pediatric patients and a faculty member who teaches medical students and resident physicians. I have academic and policy experience in public health, including in the City of Chicago's Public Health Department. Across children and adolescents, we are seeing smartphone addiction resulting in a number of issues. Number 1, social withdrawal and excessive problematic use of social media, with the most profound impact on adolescent girls. Number 2, skyrocketing rates of depression, which is the most common disability reported by college freshmen. And number 3, fragmented, disrupted learning, with educators reporting that students are unable to sustain deep concentration on any task. Studies show that teenagers who have problematic smartphone use are 2 to 3 times as likely to struggle with depression and anxiety. Nearly 1 in 3 high school girls report having seriously contemplated suicide, a 60% increase from a decade ago. This is startling, but we can change this. A study published in 2023 showed in a randomized controlled trial that over 200 teens and young adults who limited their smartphone use to less than 1 hour per day improved self-esteem in just 4 weeks. I know that the research is limited and emerging, but I would note that public health operates under 2 principles. First, that the people developing the technology need to prove it's safe. And we all know that Silicon Valley has been focused on making their technology as addictive as possible. And when it comes to teens and kids who have underdeveloped brains and executive function, this is even more pronounced. And second, we have to rely on empirical evidence and common sense. Our nation's top public health officials agree. In 2024, when then Surgeon General Vivek Murthy issued a landmark report on the harms of social media, he said the following, and I quote, "Schools should ensure that classroom learning and social time are phone-free experiences. Parents, too, should create phone-free zones around bedtime, meals, and social gatherings." End quote. And most of all, kids are asking for this. Multiple studies involving teenagers and young adults show that they answer a resounding yes to living in a world without social media, but they can't unplug until their peers do. This is the definition of a collective action problem. And so, for this collective action problem, we need a collective action solution. We need to join our peer districts like Belmont and states like New York, which have already passed bell-to-bell bans of smartphones and reported positive results in just one school year of enacting the ban. The students in Winchester deserve the same protections from smart devices during the school day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Janet?
Hi, thank you. Janet Damaski, 66 Salem Street. Just because we've been doing something one way for a while doesn't mean we don't need to check ourselves from time to time. Maybe take a step back and revisit what actually makes sense. I stand with many, many other parents and teachers in my plea for a K-12 bell-to-bell device policy. Policing pervasive smartphone addiction is not why teachers became teachers. Literally, no one can fight the dopamine hits that devices give over and over and over. That's how they were designed, and it's working. Our teachers are exhausted. Studies have shown that the mere presence of a smartphone, even if in a pocket, has significant negative effects on academic performance. Who among us would hear that ding and not lose focus on the lesson? Academic dishonesty is also more tempting and available than ever. Please understand that constant smartphone access has enabled a culture of cheating so widespread it is affecting the curve, class rank, and likely college admissions decisions. Cheating has always existed, but never at this scale. It is not normal. Not unrelated, did you know that you can now take a picture of a question with your phone and ChatGPT will spit out the answer for you? AI will be presenting myriad challenges in the coming years, and it feels important to be thoughtful about this now. I'm only just scratching the surface. Consider the student who might want to say something controversial during a classroom discussion. Better not, for the very real concern of being recorded and shared. Let's create an environment that encourages social risk-taking. Without the option of staring at a screen during lunch, might our more introverted kids instead make attempts to connect, or go to the art room, or the wood shop, or the library? After phones were removed from one school, their school librarian reported, quote, "We've had more books checked out in 1 week than all of last year combined." Our kids don't know another way, but we do. We are all device addicted, but our kids' brains and identities are still developing. We have an opportunity here to give them freedom from devices for 6 to 7 hours a day. If no one can access their phones, no one needs to wonder what they're missing. The Snapchats and group chats and Instagram posts are just not going out. Many kids report relief once their schools go phone-free. We're raising young humans here who we hope to launch into this world with the tools they need to be great collaborators, communicators, creative problem solvers, and leaders. We want them to be confident and resourceful and kind and moral. We want them to be figuring out what they're passionate about, how to focus without distraction. It's a great time to learn the joy of interacting as a human with humans. We talk and talk and talk so much about mental health. Let's help guide them towards finding what they love to do and who they love to be with. This is a parent issue, absolutely, but it is also a school issue. I understand this will not solve all of our phone-related societal problems, and it will be a tough adjustment, but it feels worse. It just doesn't feel right to know what we know and not do anything about it. It's not too late to turn this around, even if we have to get creative.
Thank you. The last commenter is Amy.
I've never done this before. Thank you.
Welcome.
Amy Orsenego. I live at 304 Main Street. As a mother and a teacher, I'm here to speak on a phone-free policy. I have a son who is in middle school, and even though there is a policy in place, he says it isn't implemented. Kids are taking their phones out of their lockers, checking, and I just feel it would be beneficial to have this pressure taken off of him during those school days. Living on Main Street, I see the children walking home with their head down, the tech neck, and just, they're not interacting. I witness it constantly up and down Main Street. And during those school hours, I would love for them to have a break and to have the relief, and to have us as the adults giving them permission to do that, to have this space. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the agenda, so unless there is...
I think we had Catherine Alexander here.
Oh.
Or
Catherine, come forward. Yeah, it's okay. She didn't sign.
I do not have a script, believe it or not. I will talk extemporaneously. First of all, I want to just say thank you for having me. Thank you for serving on the school committee. Many years ago, I served 12 years on the school committee, so I feel your pain. And I really appreciate what you are doing for our wonderful community. And for all of those people that spoke, wow, that was very impressive. I'm here, as you know, I run, or perhaps you don't know, I run the Winchester Cooperative Theater and have run it for many, many years. And through the kindness of you all, I've been able to use the stage at Lincoln and use the stage at McCall. And I now have graduates that are performing in Wicked, that are on Broadway. But more important, I have graduates that are really comfortable speaking in front of an audience. And I think this is a gift that they have for the rest of their lives. And that's what theater does for our children. Several months ago, I realized at McCall that the main curtain was in shatters. I mean, we have red velvet you have to sort of tear to get to open. So I decided it's time for me to give back to the community. So I purchased a beautiful, beautiful major theater curtain, which is blue, and I have donated that to the McCall Middle School. And if you came to see Lion King, you saw this beautiful blue curtain. And I understand you recognized this as a gift several months ago, but I wasn't on Zoom. And so I said to Andrew Marin, who has been the most wonderful liaison for the school system, could I please meet with the school committee and express my appreciation for you letting me use the schools and to make this donation. So I had a plaque made, which I hope that you will put up somewhere near the McCall stage that recognizes the fact that the Cooperative Theater has donated the curtain. And I know that, Karen, you have personal appreciation of Cooperative
That's right.
Theater.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much for the plaque, and thank you so much for your support with the curtain, too. So it's lovely.
I saw the curtain at Lion King, and it is gorgeous. So thank you so much. Madam Chair, if we can, just to recognize our public speakers and to say that although devices are not on the agenda for this evening, that's something that the policy subcommittee will be tackling over the summer, and that's generally a summer activity. So not so much on the agenda tonight, but something that, a conversation that the committee hopes to address over the summer.
And it also comes up through the student handbooks, which come to
Yes.
us from the principals.
Yes, so those are the opportunities to have these conversations. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. All right, with that, I will close public comment. Excuse me.
Do we need to make a motion to accept?
We already accepted that.
We accepted the donation, but
Yeah.
And let me just see. So we have superintendent, chair, and student remarks. Our superintendent cannot be with us this evening. Oh, and then just one last comment from public comment, excuse me, I almost forgot. We do have the Ambrose Eco Team, a group of students coming. They had wanted to come to public comment, but they couldn't make the earlier time.
Yeah.
So we'll pivot to them when they are able to get here a little later. So just a heads up.
Hopefully it'll be before
Just
bedtime.
an exception
Yeah.
that we'll make for our students. Let's see. So, just coming down through chair remarks. State of the Town Committee has been meeting the last few Fridays, and they have organized their work streams, their 4 work stream groups. Last week, they welcomed new at-large members, and the first meetings of those working streams were just in the last few, have been this week. Many of them yesterday, I believe.
Bolognese, could you just say what State of the Town is for the audience? Because while we know it intimately, other people may
Yes,
not.
we've been updating on this for a few weeks, so I figured. But sure, the State of the Town Committee has been meeting and is working. It's a group of many different individuals from different boards and is meeting to develop a plan that is leading towards a potential override for March of next year. So coming up with the backup information for that. The next meeting is tomorrow for the working streams to update the whole group. And Tim and Stephanie, I know you are serving on 2 of the working streams. If you have any brief remark on or update on that?
We had our first working group meetings this week, and it was great to get the group together, kind of divvy up tasks and give everyone homework and get the process started. I think I'm really excited to be a part of this. It's great to bring the whole town together and look at, like the committee says, the state of the town. So it'll be a great time.
I think the only thing I would add is that there are 3 of us on, but we do anticipate for other members of the committee, there are going to be needs over the course of the summer and beyond that will be required to come to the table around. And so in particular, I've been sort of already working on a list of items that we're going to need to probably take committee positions on, such that we can feed those positions back, those votes back to the State of the Town Committee, so that folks are aware of sort of where we are on some of the more creative, shall we say, ideas, things that I know have been talked about over many years at this table, but just making sure that we're able to know where the sense of the committee is on those.
And Ms. Minyarji or Mr. Matthews, can you just say what the work streams are for, because work stream isn't very descriptive.
It's true.
That's a very valid
I was
point.
actually,
Stream 1 is on town and school operations. Work stream 2 is on capital and assets. And work stream 3 is on non-levy revenue and structural efficiencies. And work stream 4 is, got
work
that one
stream
handy.
forward, no, I'm still
It's
looking
also
for
under
it.
Paras just left too. He would have been able to.
I know,
correct
we
this.
would have
could've
had that.
told
He could've
us,
answered that.
unfortunately.
But then, it's also falls under non-levy revenue, work stream 4. They're
And then
kind of
there's work
the
streams
same
5
one.
and 6, which are,
We don't have a school committee rep on 5 and 6.
Right.
yeah,
They've all
not.
been
Not applicable.
smashed into.
Well, they are applicable. I think there are a lot of things that will come up around that, but it is not something that the school committee necessarily. All right, I've got them, sorry. So workstream 1, operating needs, 2, capital needs and asset strategy, 3, non-levy revenue, 4, structural costs and efficiencies, 5, tax impact, and 6, fiscal stewardship around credit rating, bond, and operating reserves.
So we,
Investment management policies as well.
were they not looking for school committee members on 5 and 6, or are the
They
members that have
did.
attended just reached capacity?
So my understanding is that 5 and 6 is primarily our town comptroller, as well as the chair of the State of the Town Committee, who's a member of select board.
Okay.
So,
And the recommendation was for the first 3 work streams.
yeah.
So.
Yeah, so they specifically asked for us to sit on 1, 2, and
Okay.
3. we are certainly willing. I mean, so because three of us have voices at the full table, we can also opine on those matters in that.
Right.
But in terms of the actual work, my understanding is 5 and 6 is largely Mr. Bayani and Ms. Ward.
Okay.
And I think it was also said that the working streams are also are also flexible. So if people have an interest in something else, then you are welcome to make a contribution or listen in on those work streams as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other thing I'll say really quickly is we've all had this experience now of having had, the particular list that I pulled up has fewer things on it under each of the 6 work streams than the one that I have in front of me right now. So we keep getting new things added
Right.
as sub-bullets under the work stream. And so I know during our meeting this week, we added another thing for work stream 1, which I'm sure everybody was thrilled to hear at the Zoom. So it's, there's a lot going on right now. Just to be very specific about what I said earlier, I think workstream 1 is the one that's going to need the most support from this table, because the vast majority of places that we're looking to invest are in the school department, at least as of where things sit right now. But just to say, sort of point A under workstream 1 is we're looking at schools resourcing both recurring and one-time expenditures, making comparisons to peer towns, and they want to also settle on a shared per pupil methodology for calculating our per pupil expenditure and comparing to peer towns. So that's just that one of 5 things under workstream 1, and counting is a pretty significant ask.
Yep.
Counting. Thank you. Let me just see. Moving right along, just wanted to say a congratulations to students at the 5th grade and the 8th grade who will be moving up to the next big step. And also a huge congratulations to the class of 2025 on all of their accomplishments. We have 3 here. And I think most specifically, we wanted to congratulate our student council school representatives, Michaela Jens and Maher Sharawat. So just thank you so much for your service over the last 2 years, and all the efforts that you've been putting in just to keep school committee informed and to advocate and to advocate on behalf of the students.
Thank you so much.
And congratulations on your graduation last Sunday.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, just want to say thank you so much.
Did you have something for them?
Yes.
I was going to give you a chance to, I guess I could give it to you now. Yes. Okay, so we do have a little something here. Oh, good, they're even labeled.
Oh, that's so sweet. You didn't have to do that.
Dash over. So,
Here, I can take one.
you want to take one?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, it might fall out of my hands.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Are you a hugger?
Yes, oh my gosh,
Thank you so much.
absolutely. I'm a
I
big
really
hugger.
Congratulations.
So sweet. Thank you so much. I'm so sweaty from time.
No, not at all. I was just at Pride Fest in the sun, so it's fine.
Did you want to say something? Oh, sure. Do we have time for us to say
yeah,
oh,
absolutely.
thank you? Oh my gosh. I don't think there's enough words to describe in the world how amazing this has been. Oh my gosh. I always look forward to the school committee meetings, and all of you have just done amazing work. I just look up to you all so much, and you really helped me find my voice in high school. My coach was saying to me last night at our banquet that, Michaela, I think you've changed the most, and I think this has helped me change the most and find my voice and speak out for what's right. And you all do that every day, so thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Michaela said. It's been such an honor and definitely a big learning opportunity to serve as a youth rep the last years. I definitely learned a lot, and I want to say that honestly, every time I walk out of that room, I feel so much gratitude and inspired by all of you that you spend so much time trying to make our school and community better. And I feel as students, you don't really see what goes on behind the scenes and all the work that goes into the regular school day that you go to. And I just want to say that I am so thankful for this opportunity, for all the work that you do. And I will leave with very fond memories. So thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to introduce also introduce the two new school committee reps. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves? Go ahead, Julia.
Hi, I'm Julia Boyd. I'm a sophomore at the high school.
Hi, my name is Ingo Lee. I'm also a sophomore.
Welcome. We're happy to have you.
We're super excited. They're going to do a great job the next 2 years. We're so excited for you guys.
All right. Well, congratulations to you both, and welcome to you.
Yeah. Welcome. And
You'll sound just like them by the time you
Takes time.
they already have the power with it. So, yeah. So congratulations, best
Thank you.
wishes. Thank you so much. And please just feel welcome to stay as long as you can. So we do have a long, a very packed agenda this evening. So lots of presentations, and we'll try to keep things moving along as much as we can. So.
This is so sweet. You didn't have to do this. It's so nice.
You can open them if you want.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, God.
absolutely. Go for it.
Oh my gosh, these are beautiful.
This is so
Oh my gosh.
pretty.
I don't want to unwrap it. So pretty.
I want to hear
Oh my gosh. Oh, I'll give you the mic back.
Wait, it has my name on it. Wait, what happens to this thing?
That's yours.
You take it. You take it.
That was actually the gift.
This is the real gift.
Yeah, the real gift's the plaque with my name on it.
Oh my god.
You can put that on your dorm room door.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Julia and Inga, we'll make sure we
We'll
put
get
you
you
in
plaques,
touch.
don't worry.
To get one of those.
These are so beautiful. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh my gosh. I'm so scared to unwrap. Oh my gosh. Oh,
That's so beautiful.
Yeah,
But it's a
Yeah, there you go.
an apple.
Oh, it's an apple.
I'm going to put it on my desk in my chair.
Right next to your plaque.
Right next to my plaque. Hey, I got to show something. I got to have something to show.
You can
for
say to
last
people,
year.
I'm already a professional.
Thank you. That is so thoughtful and so
That's right.
sweet. I
So
appreciate that.
much. I'm gonna hide my
Right on
candy
my
from my
door.
roommate and then
That's right. Go to our.
Yeah, exactly. They won't want to touch it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Oh
much,
my
and-
gosh, it's gorgeous. Oh my gosh, my mom's gonna be jealous when I bring this home.
And in all seriousness, it's beautiful out there, so we totally understand with you.
So,
Thank you. Oh, and this too.
Yeah, don't
Oh,
forget
take the
that.
plaque with me.
all right.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
for
Thank you
everything.
Yeah.
so much.
Thank you.
I'll go with you.
We both have a grad party tonight.
Priorities.
That's right, we understand.
Congratulations.
So, but Ingo and
Feel free
Julia,
to
you're
reach out
welcome to
any of us
stay.
if you ever need anything.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
100%.
We will come back to visit
watch you
too.
too.
Yes.
See how it's going.
That's right. You
You
can
can
jump
always
on a
watch
wing
us on wincam.org if you're feeling
Oh,
nostalgic.
If you're like homesick.
Do you have an office at Mikhail and I see if you want?
Oh yeah.
Friday.
Moving on up
On
already.
the torch.
Oh, that's right. Oh, you have
So
family
sweet.
here.
Oh my gosh. Bye.
Bye. Take good care.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
I dropped like so much cookies.
All right. So,
Thank you so
Take
much.
one for the road.
thank you.
Pass
Take
on
care.
the
Good
torch
luck.
to you guys. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I'll be back to
Take some
visit, don't
cookies
worry.
too.
It's
Take some cookies
So-
home.
And
Yes.
just to set a ground rule for our new members, it is totally fine to leave when you need to. I understand it's the end of the year and things are super busy. It's also gorgeous outside, so we never expect you to stay, especially when we're planning for 3 or 4 hour meetings. We definitely don't expect you to stay the whole time. So,
And if you would like to comment or interject at any point, then please do feel free to do so. So you are welcome to do so.
Thanks for letting us
you
know.
will. And maybe what we can do is, next time when we have a meeting and you're back in the fall, you can introduce yourselves to us. And
Yeah.
don't want to put you on the spot tonight.
Sounds good.
Right. Welcome. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
So we will move right along. We have our consent agenda, which has a number of minutes on it. I won't reread all of the minutes,
No,
but there are many from March, April, and the beginning of May with the pre-town meetings. So,
So just in order to get us started, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And the minutes are unanimously approved. So we'll move on to the report update and action items. And first off, we have an update by the working group on the McCall schedule change. Let's see. And for that, we have Dr. Ellen Emma and Principal Lynn from our faithful McCall principal.
Thank you. So we'll kick off just with talking about the process itself, and then we'll get down into the details. So just like we did with the committee of kind of this funnel work, the presentation will kind of go in that same funnel way. So we'll start with the big picture things and drill down to some very specifics happening on the schedule. So first, of course, we just want to say a thank you. We had a robust committee that gave a lot of time, both after school and on their personal time, to work on this, and the whole building was very involved in sharing a lot of great things, and we got surveys and focus groups and discussions, and then from the students too. So we just want to say a thank you to everyone involved. This is no small undertaking. So just to first introduce the team, meet the team that was involved. So we tried very hard to have a kind of a diverse lens of roles throughout the building, so that as we talked about different pieces of the schedule, we would have people who were kind of like experts on some of those lenses and views to come through. So we have quite a few team teachers that have been involved. I'm just going to name them because these people gave so much free time to this cause. Katie Thompson, Christine Austin, Matthew Chernick, Lauren Campbell, Jen Brandy, Chris Rivas were all team teachers represented. Then we had Chris Nadeau there to kind of give us the lens from world language, because they cross grades. Their view of the day looks a little different than others. We had Hannah Dingman there to help us think about what we were doing around scheduling for our multilingual learners. Mary Costello, our wonderful music director, who helped us see things she teaches on the exploratory schedule there. So she helped us think about from kind of that exploratory point of view. Catherine Vaslin, who's a special ed teacher, to help us think about as we scheduled around that. And then we had Ann Ritchie, kind of from that director view. She is our science director. And of course, James, Kimberly, and Terry, the principal and assistant principals, all involved. And Erin Kuhn to think about kind of the school counselor role, the SEL piece, how we were thinking about that, and myself joining the team. So starting at that big picture, kind of our essential questions that we began with, so kind of following almost the understanding by design process of thinking about how we make a change with something. The schedule, the framework of it actually drives so much of the day. How does this structure support the students? How does it support the staff to best support the students? And what are the needs that we need to get to, all with staying within? So I just want to make sure we're clear to probably the cast of thousands watching us on TV, all within the same start and end times. So we want to be clear to everyone, the school day, when we talk about schedule changes, the time of the day isn't shifting at all. It's what we do within those hours that we were looking at. Okay, so this was kind of our approach or our charter or the kind of the things we pledge to before we begin the process. So we kind of, again, thinking big picture. We worked really hard not to enter the process with preconceived notions about what needed to happen. So that was from us to the committee members to the staff. We were all really trying to think about how do we look at each piece of data that we get and then respond to that piece of data. We really value and find it so important to have those in-depth, nuanced conversations. Just a survey isn't enough to really tell us what's going on. So we wanted to have big discussions, small group discussions. So we kind of followed this in and out process as we were doing it. So meeting with lots of different small groups, having the discussion, hearing about things, then saying, okay, we need to follow up with a quick survey with just this question, because that will inform our next step. And then going kind of back out to everybody to get that data, and then coming back in with other groups. And although we talked about throughout that it's never a vote how we're going to do something on the schedule, because there's so many pieces we need to take into account, but that the voice of everyone was so critical all throughout the process. And we pledged to be transparent, which was one of the things by the end of the process people felt really comfortable with, that every time we had a piece of data, we shared back out what the result was. Every time there was something we needed to dig into, we went and met with the groups that we needed to dig into with that. And then sharing all these things out, because we recognize, and we said this a lot through the process, because the schedule drives so much of the day, there's lots of big feelings around it. And we wanted to make sure that we were acknowledging that while we were also working on kind of the cognitive piece of thinking about scheduling. And then we kind of moved through 3 phases as we did this. So we started late fall, early winter with the process. And phase 1 was really identifying, like, what do we value about the schedule? What do we need? What are the pieces that are in that? And this part of the process can take a long time, but it's really important that we start first with both the quantitative and qualitative data to try to drill down. There's a lot of things we do in schools that sometimes we've done it forever. Sometimes there's like a really relevant current reason. Sometimes there wasn't a really important reason 2 years ago, but that isn't as important now. So we really felt like we needed to dig into that phase. Then phase 2 was really, as we worked with the data, identifying what more data do we need? What else needs to be the next step? And each time we came back with the committee and kind of analyzed what needed to come next. And then by phase 3, that's when we actually got to building schedules, looking at them. So looking at other sample schedules, which was so much easier to do because we had already articulated what the values of the school were, what was important to the staff, what was important to the students, and then we were able to look at schedules that only aligned with those pieces, and then start the customization process, which we are almost finished with, all of the final touches on the customizations. Okay, so I'm not going to read every one of these in the interest of time, and because that would be boring. So what you'll see here on the next 3 slides are just the steps of every piece of the process that we did. So again, like I said at the beginning, we started with this really open-ended feedback to try to get that qualitative data and then code it and make it quantitative so we knew which areas we need to focus in on, and then meeting with groups based on that, and then taking that data from those groups and getting that back out to the whole community too. So we followed that process throughout. James and I met with each of the small groups in the building, every team in the building, and then separate people that aren't on a team as clearly, like world language or exploratories. We met with them several times throughout the process. And then, of course, bringing all of that back to the committee and getting all of that feedback back out. So if you have any questions as you look through all the steps of the process, please don't hesitate to ask, but we won't read through all of those. And once we found kind of that schedule that made sense, that aligned with everything, that's when we always say you adapt, not adopt. So we found a sample, but then we, of course, worked to make it customized to McCall because every school district works a little bit differently. Next one, thank you. Okay, so just a couple of really big highlights we wanted to mention because not only is this about a schedule, but it's so much about a process and so much about all of those conversations and hearing what people said. So some just big highlights we want to give a shout out to. The participation was unbelievable. We send 1 million surveys out all the time on many different things, but there was really high participation on this from both staff and students. And then teachers came to the different discussions for all of the small groups with sharing their ideas, really listening, asking good questions. It was very, very participatory. So a great shout out to everyone on that. It was so nice to hear throughout. So much of the talk is about, of course, the schedule impacts the adults too, but so much of the focus was on, this is what we noticed with the kids, and when this happens, we see this. So James will talk in a few minutes about some specifics, and for example, like we know this for all of us as humans, but certainly at the middle school age, we see that sometimes they can be a whole different person at the beginning of the day and then at the end of the day. So the schedule as it was, it always, if you're in math, 7th period, you're always in math, 7th period. So like one of the things that was really important that people were talking about, and you'll see when we get into those specifics, was we want students to have a chance to be in classes at different times of day, so that if you're your best self in the morning, you have an opportunity to be your best self in every one of your classes at some point. So there was tons of teacher advocacy about and around the things that they've heard and seen with the students. It was also really nice, again, big feelings, because the schedule very much impacts what we can do. But it was so nice through all of the meetings and all of the discussions that so many colleagues were also thinking about how that impacts people other than their role. But for an exploratory person, would this mean this if we did that? So that process was like such a nice community process of everyone really thinking through it. And then I would say the last big highlight that we really found is that we are, in education, sometimes we're accustomed to making decisions and hurry up because things are moving quickly. And this process really takes a lot of time to dig into that deep work and understand not what somebody's just asking for in the schedule, but what's the why behind that? And what's the intensity level behind that? How important is that? And so the group did such a great job of just letting each step inform the next, and us not saying we have to land in this certain place. We can be agile, we can be responsive. Some things that we thought were going one way, we ended up taking in a different direction. So I just have to say everybody was really great about that. It was a pleasure to work through that piece with everyone. So this is the first big piece, and then James is going to dig in a little bit more. And this is our first change, is that the schedule is moving next year, so that, and James will show you actual pictures of the different grades so that you can see what that looks like, that a student would have math first period on one given day and seventh period on another, and maybe fourth period on a different day. So we were able to do rotation for team classes, and you can see this is the staff feedback on that. And we like the new feature in the Google little surveys that allows you to kind of rate it like a dining experience. So the staff gave 82% rated this kind of rotating schedule as either a 3, 4, or 5 star. We might not be at a Michelin rating yet, but we're getting there. So it was really great to have as we went through the whole process, people understanding what the consequences of decisions would be, because that's another thing that often happens with the master schedule. We call it a domino. All the time you change one thing, it changes everything else. So people really understanding and digging into, if we go to this is what this piece means. So we were very excited about that change, and that's kind of our first big change. On the next slide, we just have some quotes from staff. Again, we're not going to read them. But on the left side, we just have a couple of quotes, because also every time we were gathering quantitative feedback on things, we were also looking at the qualitative feedback, which helped us think about what we needed to have further discussions on. So on the left were a couple of things that really came from the staff about the content of the schedule. And on the right was, again, we also asked for feedback on the process all along the way, so that people could give us feedback on not just what we were doing, but how we were doing it, and so we could continue to shift.
My turn?
You're up.
All right. So I remember around last year, I came before the committee to talk about a change in the schedule, which is the flex block idea. So for those of you that need a little refresher, flex block is something that we're doing for the first time this year as a pilot. And so it's really a 25-minute period of time in the middle of the schedule. And the intention is really not to teach more materials. The intention is to really give the students a chance for a break. So the students are able to do makeup work if they've been out. If they need extra help, the teachers are right there. So they don't have to wake up early, come in to see the teacher, or stay late to see a teacher. They can do some decompression time. So some kids just need that time to play Jenga. Some kids just need that time to read. Some kids just need some time to connect with their friends. And we also hope that by grouping kids into smaller groups with an adult, that it fosters positive relationship between students and teachers, and also sometimes students to students as well. And I have to say that from my perspective, and also I'll show you some data later, that the pilot has been pretty successful. So next slide, please. So yes, we asked for students' feedback through a survey. As you can see, majority of the students rated a 5-star. And the question was, how much does FlexBlock help you? So again, well over 50% of these students gave it a 5-star. If you consider the 4-star, we're now up to 80%. So clearly the students feels like this is something that we should keep in our new schedule. So we also asked, I think this is students, yep, sorry, about the lengths of the flex block. So currently it's 25 minutes, and as you can see, majority of students feels like it should be longer. In fact, some students even in their qualitative survey said that it should be every day and all the time. But obviously, we're not gonna do that, so we're gonna make it longer, but not 6 hours long. So I'm not going to read everything, but these are some of the comments. And again, majority of the qualitative feedback they gave us is positive. Just point out one comment over there in the blues. Somebody talked about study halls. So in the past, that students have one block of study, and they have that one block per 6-day cycle. And now with FlexBlock, they have a consistent time every day. If they're there to just to be able to decompress or get some work done, now they have that every day. So asking the staff about the feedback, same thing. We're asked them about whether you would prefer having FlexBlock 2 times or 4 times or 6 times. And as you can see, majority of the staff feels like having it every day will be beneficial, not just for the staff, but also for the students as well. So this question about what do you feel comfortable with in terms of placing the flex block? Should it be early in the day, middle of the day, or end of the day? And as you can see, I'm sorry, this question is about how long? Yeah, how long should that flex block last? And so we take a little deeper, and so we know it should be longer than 25 minutes. And as you can see from that set of data, that majority of the staff feels like 30 minutes would be good. Right, so some of the other changes that we're proposing for the schedule next year, I think Jen talked about the idea of homeroom. Prior to this year, we start the day with an 8 minutes homeroom, and consistently what we've seen is that it's just too long. We do the Pledge of Allegiance, we do some announcement, and there's like at least 6 minutes left, and everybody knows that giving middle schooler nothing to do for even 4 minutes is a recipe for disaster. So we decided to take away homeroom altogether, and now we found out that no homeroom time is actually not good either, because it feels like the students come to school, they go to locker, and launch right into the day, right? And so the feedback from the staff is that we should have a little bit more time, a little bit of time at the beginning of the day to get the students settled down. So if there's changes in the schedule, the students can look at Aspen where the announcements are made. And so 8 minutes is too long, so next year we're going to add in the 4-minute instructional time right before first period, so for the students to be able to do that organizational time. So this is an example of a scheduled 6th grade. If you can move on to 7th grade, this one actually is a little bit easier to explain. So if you're a 7th grader next year, what's going to happen is this. What doesn't change is that first period. We're still starting with exploratory. So a 7th grader might start the day with art. But don't forget, the difference now is that the art class will be 4 minutes longer. So that won't be art instruction. That'll be time for the students to gather their thoughts, gather themselves emotionally, organize themselves, and then the art class will start. Period 2 will be a team class, so a student might have math during that time, right? And then third period, they'll move on to section 2, so that might be English, for example. And then it'll be time for lunch, and they'll come back and they'll go to section 3, which might be social studies, and then a world language class. And we decide now to put FlexBlock a little bit later in the day. And the rationale for that mostly is because by that time, the students will have more work that's been assigned to them during the day. So if they need support from the teachers, they can use that time to do that, or they might be assigned homework. And so some students that have busy after school schedule can start getting it done. If we do it too early, they might not have enough work to do. And for some grader, they'll shift to the second exploratory clock, which could be PE. And then they'll end the day with a last team class, so that might be science class. So as Jen said, the biggest request that we got from the data from the staff is that we want some rotation. And so if you move on to day 2, you'll find, same slide, please. So if you go into day 2, let's say that's section 1 class, which is English. On day 2, that class is now going to meet at the end of the day. So again, a student that might not function the best in the morning, okay, will have a chance to take that class in the afternoon. So if we move on to section 2, which is perhaps English class, so it's in the middle of the morning, and so on the second day, it's now shifting to a little bit later in the day. So that's where the rotation, how the rotation works. And so we're still working on a 6-day rotation. All right, so you'll notice that day 1, day 3, and day 5 is the same pattern. And day 2, day 4, day 6 is the same pattern. So it goes back and forth, back and forth. And the reason why we want to do that, so that matches our current exploratory model, which for those of you that has a middle schooler at McCall, you'll know that day 1 might be art class for one exploratory, and day 2, it might shift to something like health. Okay? So that's the 7th grade schedule, and you can take a look at the 8th grade schedule. It's a similar pattern. It's just exploratory time. It's at a different time. All right, and the rotation for the 5 teen class and world language classes, the rotation pattern is different, but it's the same idea. We don't want the same class always in the morning or in the afternoon. Right? Flex block is still at the same time. Okay, next slide. So a summary of all the changes. So we're rotating our classes. This is actually my white whale ever since I've been here to want to rotate. As you know, we're able to only rotate the 6th grade class. So we accomplished a lot this time by making sure that all classes are rotating. Right? We also extended the flex block to 30 minutes. We reduced the amount of instructional time. We added an additional instructional time during first period for that organizational time, and reduced the passing time to 3 minutes. Currently, it's 4 minutes, and we find that it's just too much time because most of the students, when they're moving from classes, they're really moving just next door, close the hallway, so they barely need 2 minutes. And again, as those of you that have middle schoolers know, the more time you give them to do nothing, it is a recipe for disaster. So we're reducing that. Okay, so Jen will talk about our next steps.
So the scheduling committee tried to say, so we're done now, as we finished last week, and we said, no, we'll never be done. So as we go into next year, right, anytime you make a change, we want to make sure that we're checking in, how's it going, what's working, what might need to be tweaked, what else do we need to see? And again, we'll continue to ask for that data in multiple ways so that we can get surveys, but we can also kind of sit down in the discussions and hear the why and what the lived experience is of people actually in that. And then, of course, we're looking to explore potential further changes for 26 and 27. One of the areas that people really wanted to focus on was like a true waterfall schedule that could move like 1 through 7, 2 through 1, 3 through 2, so that everything could rotate through the day. But we have more work to do around that with the exploratories to be able to make that happen. But that's definitely the first topic that we know people want to look at next year. So the process will continue. I'm sure we'll be back again. But we're happy to take any questions or thoughts or any feedback.
Madam Chair, I just have a couple of quick questions. With the reduced transition time between classes, are there going to be accommodations made for children that are limited with their mobility? Right?
Yes.
Do they have like 504 accommodations, right? Because of that reduced time, I'm just afraid that some students may have difficulty navigating, because it would take me more than 3 minutes to figure out McCall right now. It's a giant octopus
And
of
you
a building.
can't get to every floor from every other floor.
I can imagine. So
Yeah.
just to, was that factored in? I would have, thank you again. This seems like it's very mindfully planned out, and I know a considerable amount of work. I love how you called it the white whale. And I appreciate that, because
Your new nickname is Melville.
And then the other question, if you can bring up the slide with the 7th grade schedule. So if I was a student that received occupational therapy services, what would my day look like? Any day, right? Between what are my options for exploratory and flex block, for example?
Great question. So let me just go back to the first piece just for a second. So of course, any student with any documented anything, of course, for sure, we would make that accommodation. But most of all, for their team classes, they've done a nice job in the building getting everybody actually teamed together. So mostly the kids are walking next door. But we did talk about this with exploratory teachers for all students because some spaces are a lot further from other spaces. So, and we did talk and look at a lot of other school schedules. Some people took out passing time altogether, and everybody just knows passing time has to happen. So we just have to be flexible with that. That may work out when you're moving from a team class to exploratory. It may work out to be a 4-minute passing. And
Right.
so we just know that flexibility has to happen.
So, but what are my options during flex block and exploratory? If I'm receiving occupational therapy, when would I have art, for example?
Yep.
Right.
So this is what's great about moving the flex block to 30 minutes, and that was part of our decision-making around that, is right now, if you have services, they almost always come out of your exploratory time. So you miss exploratories to be able to get the services. For some of the services, that's unavoidable because it needs to be 46 minutes, which is a whole period, so that's what happens. You might have learning center instead of an exploratory. But what we really wanted to be able to do is when you have other services like occupational therapy or speech and language or PT, that you could actually get that during flex and not have to miss an exploratory. Because on IEPs, they're typically 30-minute sessions, or counseling, any of those things, or skill groups, counseling skill groups, even if you don't have an IEP. Those can now happen during flex block.
Because I know that was the concern, and forgive me, I have elementary age children, and I'm getting there. Next year, or year after, sorry, I will be at McCall, but for children that receive services, I'm told that at times with the current schedule, you have to make some tough choices.
Yep.
And I'm glad to see that, that this helps address that.
It
Because
still
tourism
won't
of
make
art,
it, it still
right?
won't make it perfect. I mean, our wish would be that all students could have all their exploratories that they want and get their services. So there still will be times when we have to make those decisions, but the change with flex block to 30 minutes greatly reduces that. So they now don't have to. So I could go to speech 1 or 2 days a week. I'll still have flex the other 4 days, but I can still do my exploratories now, which I couldn't before.
That's great. Well, thank you again for all of your hard work around this.
Yeah, it's great teamwork.
Any other questions or comments from the committee members?
No, I had the same question as Ms. Mukherjee about students accessing services. And you said you might be thinking about the waterfall schedule moving forward. So I was just curious how you were thinking about accessing services better for students, but thank you for being so thoughtful about that.
And once we have 1 year, one of the things we talked about was even some changes, like sometimes students have a learning center and just by default, it's at 46 minutes now because it takes the place of sometimes it has to be, but sometimes because they need to be scheduled somewhere, it turns into that. So once we have a year under our belts of going through IEP meetings, there could be learning center times that only need to be scheduled for 30 minutes now, which means they won't have to miss their exploratory at all. So,
Does the longer first period for exploratory, the extra 4 minutes, help us out any with that at the grade level that has exploratory first?
Unfortunately, not really, yeah. It just, our goal was to eliminate one more transition in the student's day, so they
Right.
don't move from homeroom now to first period, but
Yeah,
it doesn't fix.
that, everything.
And I'll be quick. I know we have a lot on our agenda, but I mainly want to thank you for coming out here. Thank you for all of the work that's been done here. I have the privilege of having my second child who is moving into McCall next year, so I've been to the orientations and seen all this. But so I know it's a lot of work, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm glad you've come back to us. I'm curious to hear how it goes next year and what tweaks we can make along the way, too. I love that you're doing the continuous loop feedback with it, because I think hearing from the students and staff about how it's I'm sorry, there is a huge echo on this. How it's actually working in
Yeah.
process. Like, everything looks great on paper.
Of
but-
course.
But the actual practice of it, and so it's good to hear that you took a risk on the flex box this year, for example, and tried that.
Right.
So I think building those things in over time is just really powerful because it lets you peel things in and peel them off. So thank you to the staff for being flexible around that too, because there's the way we've always done it, but you also get used to a schedule and used to your planning happening in a certain way for students. So thank you to all the staff that will now take on this new schedule next year, because I know that if not more work, it is a mind shift.
Yeah. It is more
Mindset
work,
shift.
right, thinking about it differently and planning for it differently. So, yeah, people have been great.
Yep. No, I appreciate you saying that, because you're right. For many of us, many of us, this is just a schedule for a teacher. This is when I go to the bathroom. This is when I eat. This is when I do X, Y, and Z. So a shift of 20 minutes before teachers is a big shift. And so it is not just their work schedule, this is their lives, right? And so I really appreciate folks recognizing that it is not a little change. It will be a big change for our staff, and for them to be able to say, yeah, we're willing to do that. And again, I echo Dr. Elma's comment about the entire staff. So the conversation, sometimes it gets heated because this is what we do, right? This is our lives, but every single one of the conversation, folks has been able to think about their colleagues, all right? How the world language teachers feel, how does exploratory teachers feel, and most importantly, I'm proud of my staff, always thinking about how is this going to impact the students? So tremendously grateful for every single one of the McCall staff member for engaging, and also just thinking about what is the main goal that we're doing here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
for-
No, I was just going to say, in the interest of time, I just wanted to say thank you both for this, and Mr. Lin, I love your T-shirt.
You okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Any more questions about my T-shirt?
No.
I already asked you, I want one.
I think if we could all get one, that would be awesome.
Great.
Those of you that didn't know, it was Pride Fest in Winchester.
I have several extra.
You have extra, okay.
Yeah.
Great. All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks
you,
so
Mr.
much,
Lin.
everybody.
So with our, seeing as we have a very packed agenda and some of our participants have other meetings to go to, as many town volunteers know, I'm going to ask the committee if we could possibly pull Mr. Pruitt up with the consideration of approval of the town climate leader application.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Pruitt and Mr.
And Mr.
Eno.
Eno.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello.
My name is Ken Pruitt. I'm the town's Sustainability Director. With me is Rick Eno, who's Chair of the Climate Action Advisory Committee. And do we have the slide deck that I sent in? Is that possible to pull up on the screen?
Yes,
It's in the
we should-
binder,
It should be in
Mr.
the
Mayor.
binder.
I have it on a thumb drive also if we don't have it handy.
It is in the binder. It's
It is.
It's that one.
Yep.
There.
Yep, that's the one. Great, okay, thanks a lot. So my role in the town is similar to the Climate Action Advisory Committee's role, just in, we have different roles getting to the same goal, which is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the town 80% by the year 2050. And we have a climate action plan that the town adopted in 2020 that would do that. And it does it in large part by eliminating carbon pollution from buildings and from vehicles in the town. And part of the way that we do that efficiently is that we obtain grant funding wherever we can for building decarbonization and also for purchasing electric vehicles and charging stations. We've received over $1.7 million in grants so far through the Green Communities program. That's an existing grant program, but there is a new grant program that we would like to enroll the town in that actually has substantially more lucrative dollar figures associated with it. And it's called the Climate Leader Program. And as you can see, there are a number of criteria that the town has to meet to become a designated climate leader. Fortunately, we've already met 4 of those requirements, one being adoption of the Specialized Energy Code, which is a stricter building code adopted by fall town meeting after a very welcome vote of support from this committee. We thank you for that. And that leaves just 2 steps before we can qualify for this new grant program. One is to adopt a zero emission vehicle first policy. The other is to adopt a municipal decarbonization roadmap. And if we become eligible for this program, we can receive over $1 million in funding once every 3 years, $150,000 for engineering studies, and then $1 million for projects to implement projects that are fully engineered. So it's pretty substantial funding, given that for the last over 10 years, we've only brought in $1.7 million from the Green Communities Program, plus other grants as well. Climate Leaders is also part of the Green Communities Program, but it's an enhanced role, and within 1 year, we could bring in more than half of what we've brought in the prior 10+ years with a single grant. That's how lucrative this program is. And so, as you can see on the next slide, this appears to be an older, could you go one more slide? Yeah, so this is an older deck, so I'll do this part verbally. So what is the zero emissions vehicle first policy? It would be a written policy that needs to be adopted by both the school committee and the select board, and it would specify a hierarchy for the town to acquire vehicles. We would purchase electric vehicles where possible. If that's not possible, either because no good model exists or the total cost of ownership is too high or there are other problems making them infeasible, you would then get a plug-in hybrid vehicle, which also has a battery and a plug, but a backup gas engine. If that didn't meet the town's needs or was otherwise infeasible, you'd get a straight hybrid vehicle, which has a battery but no plug. And finally, if even that wouldn't work, you can get a straight gasoline vehicle, but the most fuel-efficient one possible. Heavy-duty vehicles, heavier than 8,500 pounds, and emergency vehicles are actually exempted from this policy. It wouldn't stop us from acquiring electric vehicles for those roles, but we wouldn't be required to. That essentially is the zero emissions vehicle first policy. The decarbonization roadmap is, oh, yes, thank you, Rick. And we wanted to point out that the school department is actually already in compliance with the zero emissions vehicle first policy because the nutrition services van is already electric. So then in terms of the other document that we would have to adopt, the municipal decarbonization roadmap, that's essentially a plan for how we're going to get from our current greenhouse gas emissions from town vehicles and town buildings to net zero by 2050. And, yep, there we go. So I'm just going to focus forward because by looking over my shoulder at the screen, I'll be speaking into thin air. You won't even hear me. So in terms of the decarbonization roadmap, it's essentially a plan, as I said, to eliminate the burning of fossil fuels in buildings and vehicles by 2050. And you can do that in a variety of ways. We would look for the easiest, most cost-effective ways to do that. First and foremost, if we know we're going to be replacing a building entirely by 2050, it's very easy and cost-effective to make a brand new building that you can start from scratch with, all electric, and therefore that would meet this policy. We, of course, are doing that right now with the Lynch Elementary School. The first cost of building it all electric and net zero was actually lower than if we had built it with fossil fuels, thanks to generous incentives that are available, not even at the federal level, just at the state level and through utilities. And we're going to be saving money in operations during the entire time the building is open. So New buildings, that's easy. For existing buildings, what we would look for are those moments when we need to either do a major renovation anyway, or if the existing HVAC system reaches its end of useful life. And we would look for opportunities to switch, for example, to heat pumps instead of a gas boiler at that time when we have to change the equipment anyway. And then we would use funding from the Green Communities Grant Program that we're already part of, and this new Climate Leader Program with the up to $1 million grants every 3-year program to help get those projects done where, when we need to. That essentially is the decarbonization roadmap in a nutshell. So in terms of next steps, so this is where there's sort of maybe 2 minor comments on this that have to be made. I'm going to start and then turn it over to CAAC Chair Rick Eno. At the staff level, working with town leadership, we have reviewed the draft decarbonization roadmap, and the suggestion was made that we might want to slow this process down a little bit and not attempt to apply for the June 30th deadline for climate leader status. Instead, apply at the end of the year, which would give us time to work with the Capital Planning Committee, the State of the Town Committee, and others to ensure that the decarbonization roadmap is harmonized with those capital planning processes. And we certainly do want all of our plans to align with each other, so that I think makes a lot of sense. I think there are different ways you can look at it. Most of the communities I've spoken with have adopted their decarbonization roadmaps, understanding that it's an important step needed to become a climate leader, and that the document does not have any legally binding requirements in it. And if there are other plans that emerge over time and bring other capital needs to the fore, the decarbonization roadmap does not have to match that plan word for word. It's up to the community to decide how to implement the plan, changes they want to make to the plan, and the timeline. With that, I do want to turn it over to Rick Eno.
Thanks, Ken, and thanks for giving us time on your agenda. Ken outlined one of the options going forward for this Climate Leader program. From the Climate Action Advisory Committee perspective, we've been pushing fairly hard to get this done by June 30th. And reason being is that it puts Winchester at the top of the list for these funds, and it starts the process moving more rapidly in order to come up with projects and get them submitted. So it's almost you can think about a parallel process here where we can complete and get approval by the 30th, and then over the course of the state of the town effort or the capital planning, there can be a synchronization over the next 6 to 9 months, where as projects emerge, an application would be put together by which we would hopefully be accepted into the program, and we're at the front of the line. So there's a little bit of a parallel processing that we suggest as a viable option to let's wait 6 months and get a perfect plan. And I think, as it's been pointed out, things can be amended along the way. And the goal here is just to make progress as a town on our carbon emissions and to really give ourselves the best chance of getting that funding to the town to help us implement. So kind of a perspective from the staff and a perspective from the advisory committee to the select board.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions? Mr. Hopcroft.
Oh, I had comments. I think, I agree with the Climate Action Advisory Committee. I understand, Ken, Mr. Pruitt, the concerns for synchronization, and I think that can happen, as Mr. Eno said, in parallel afterwards. But given the fiscal situation of the town and kind of what we've been through with our budget, I know the schools are a big part of our town budget. We're already, as a school department, I know this is not just our decision, it's the select board as well, but from our point of view, we're already far exceeding these standards when it comes to our EV first policy and our with our entire fleet being an electric vehicle, and the Lynch being a full net zero building. Yeah, I think, and I'm not sure you touched on this, but there's a benefit of going early in these programs. I understand with the Green Communities program, which we received a lot of money over a lot of time, which I heard you say, but the amount of money that's available goes down as more communities come in. And so I think we're getting about half of the level of grant funding now later into the program. I'd also say that town meeting voted overwhelmingly in favor of the Stretch Energy Code, which actually encumbers our homes as we build new homes in town. That's the heavy lift. This doesn't feel like a heavy lift. I know Lynch Solar direct ownership was, I think there were like 9 people who voted against that. So there's some very strong signals in our town that this is the direction that we want to go. But if I really bring it home to our committee, you said within a 3-year period, there's a $150,000 engineering planning grant and then $1 million project grant. So what could you do with $1 million? Well, Mystic was $900,000. We could look at that's HVAC, so that fits in here. The Lincoln chillers. If we wanted to put solar on the gym here at the high school, which would reduce our energy bills, which would, in a time of fiscal constraint, if you can't bring in more commercial tax base, you could reduce your expense load, and that nets out. So I'm hugely supportive of the committee moving forward and voting this. And I'll pause. I'm happy to make a motion on it, but I'll pause to hear what other people think. But yeah, I'm all in.
So I'll just say on behalf of the policy subcommittee that reviewed this with Mr. Pruitt earlier this week, we've voted unanimous favorable action on the 2 requests that are being made tonight.
I would say this is consistent with discussions we've had at this table before and our priorities, and sustainability has been a priority of this committee for the last several years, even with Lynch and working with Mr. Pruitt and the town to get solar panels on Lynch Elementary and ensure that that would be a net zero building, not just a green building, but a true net zero facility. So I'm completely comfortable voting to move this forward tonight.
Great.
That's great.
Yeah.
Great.
Same, no, and I appreciate the cost analysis that you provided, that in the long run, this will be saving us money. I appreciate that, and I'm a big fan of solar energy. I think we should put those solar car parks in every one of our school parking lots. Everyone's heard me say it, but I support. So if someone wants to make that motion, Tom, do you want to make that motion?
Yeah, and actually, can I pick up, Ms. Minardi and I were having a conversation about how the payback period on the solar panels at your home paid back in half the time in
Half
3
the estimated
instead of 6
time, that's
years.
right.
So imagine if you put solar on this building, but imagine if you didn't have to pay for it because this grant program paid for it. Payback time is immediate then. You
And then
start
after a
saving.
couple of years, it's revenue generating,
That will,
unless we
day
want to
one-
store it.
The day
That's
you
right.
turn it on, it's revenue generating because you didn't have to pay for it.
Correct.
Which is a wonderful thing
Yeah.
about the program. Madam Chair, did you want?
I would accept a motion.
Okay. So I'd like to move that the committee approve the Town of Winchester Municipal Decarbonization Roadmap and the Zero Emission Vehicle First Policy, and authorize Dr. Hackett to prepare letters indicating the school committee's support of the roadmap and the ZEV First Policy in support of the town's application to become a climate leader community.
Second.
Do we have a second? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the vote is unanimous. So thank you so much. And
Thanks,
I'm
Mr.
glad
Pruitt.
that
Thanks, Mr. Eno.
Winchester can continue, that Winchester Public Schools can continue to be a leader in terms of emission-free vehicles and also on the net zero building.
Thank you
Good.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Good luck on your journeys.
Yes.
Thank you.
They have another meeting to get to, so.
Yes,
Thank you
that's
so
right.
much.
We appreciate
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your flexibility. I see that we also have our students here who had come for public comment. And I would just ask if the committee would be willing to pivot for 3 minutes for a short presentation from the
So moved.
students.
Indeed.
Yes.
Come on up.
And get them home for dinner in bed.
Sully.
So this is the Ambrose Eco Team.
And they do all need to speak into the microphone for people to be able to hear them.
Yeah, so just for all of you to understand, there are some people watching, and the only way they'll be able to hear you is if you actually speak into the microphone. So when you have a time to speak, go ahead and stand in front of the microphone to speak your part.
Or sit, whichever you want.
Thank you.
Thanks and welcome. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hi, we are representing the Eco and More team at Ambrose. We are enrolled in the Eco School Global Program, which is based on the UN Sustainability Goals. We are trying to make Ambrose more sustainable by working together.
First, we want to say thank you. Exactly 2 years ago, my friends and I stood here in front of you and asked you to remove styrofoam trays and replace them with compostable ones. When I came back to school in September, I saw that the trays had been replaced. We want to do more great things for our schools, and we have lots of ideas to be sustainable.
After being inspired on how we were able to remove styrofoam trays, I began to think of other ways we could be impactful. We immediately noticed food waste and started discussing a food rescue program, This led to forming Eco and More. As a group, we had many big ideas, but decided first to focus on implementing the food rescue program, which started in April. We also hope to stop the purchase of plastic water bottles, as well as taking better care of our school grounds.
There is a significant amount of food waste in the cafeteria. Untouched food like carrots, celery, and milk are going straight to the trash. We identified FoodLink in Arlington as a food rescue program that works with other schools, including Lexington.
We started food rescuing in April. We noticed it is challenging without having the program automated within the school. We hope you can support us by working with Winston's and the cafeteria staff to add the program to the contract like Lexington Public Schools have done.
On my walk to school, I noticed tons of trash on our school grounds. During my free time, my mom and I often picked up lots of the trash. At Eco and More, we organized a playground cleanup and filled half a bin of trash. We need a solution.
We would really like to continue these team-building cleanups. We also need more trash bins around the school to keep our school clean and safe. We'd love your support on this.
There are many plastic bottles abandoned in our playground. Many of these are purchased at the cafeteria to play a game. We could cut down on plastic usage by stop selling plastic bottles and stop wrapping food in plastic. We can use our water fountains and also bring reusable water bottles.
In early May, we wrote an email to our food provider, Whitson's, and included Sustainability Director. Our email remains unanswered. If you can pick up this conversation with Whitson's, it would have a big impact on our school grounds.
As we investigated on how to make Ambrose more sustainable, we noticed a few things. Our compostable trays are not being composted because we don't have enough bins and weekly pickups. Secondly, our compost is being contaminated. We would love to replicate Lincoln's success. Secondly, also recently, our custodian informed us that we have stopped recycling plastic in the school. We hope to work together with you on all of these things next year. Thank you so much for your time and support.
Well done, Huskies.
Thank you so much, and we have Mr. Marin who has worked diligently with Whitson's, so I'm sure he was listening carefully to that.
Thank you so much for coming. It feels great that we have our sustainability director and the person who works directly with Whitson's. So.
And thank you to the parent volunteers that helped put this group together. And the children worked very hard on this presentation, so thank you again.
Great job.
We hope that you always feel comfortable coming and sharing your thoughts.
Thanks so much, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good luck with your last days of school.
Oh, yes.
We need to head out too.
Okay.
Yes,
we
go.
totally understand. You guys
Thanks
have
for
to
hanging in with us.
Thank you.
Yes,
Nice
you
meeting
too.
We're
And we
looking
promise
forward
not
to
every meeting is this epically long.
There you go.
Or has this many
Good to
visitors.
see you.
Yes, we do have a number of visitors. All right, so I'm going to ask for the committee's flexibility one more time. We also have our WinPAC presentation And I am wondering if we would be willing to take the WinPAC presentation just before our main event.
So moved.
Do we have consensus on?
We're just moving the
moving
WinPAC
WinPAC
presentation ahead of
forward.
the ELT.
Okay, yeah, I'm flexible.
Thank you for your, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you, everybody, for your flexibility.
You have to move all the way down to the microphone, Sharon.
And welcome.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us.
Great. Well, thank you very much for inviting WinPAC, and I just want to acknowledge Marlena for being here as well. She's been a wonderful partner all year working with us. We are excited to be able to give our annual update. We welcome the opportunity to share with the school committee some things that all of you already know, but it's great to be able to summarize it at the end of the year and look ahead at what we're hoping to do. For many of you know, but for those who are at home or in the room, WinPAC strives to make meaningful improvements in special education identification and delivery in the Winchester Public Schools. This is not just our mission, it's also mandated duty per our state regulation. We recognize that there are about 850 students in the district with disabilities, and that's somewhere between 18 to 20% of the student population, and we're here to serve them all. There are times when certain issues rise to the top of our list of concerns, and we focus on topics for a brief amount of time, but that doesn't mean we stop advocating for students all the time with disabilities. In executing our mission and duty, WinPAC greatly appreciates the support that we received from Superintendent Frank Hackett, who unfortunately is not here, so I can't thank him in person. But I can thank Director of Special Education, Marlena Izalguez. Can't believe that you just started a year ago. We mentioned this at our WinPAC meeting, but I think you've done amazing things in the district, but also really worked hard to develop relationships with WinPAC and also been so responsive to our requests. And so we're so grateful for the partnership that we've had with you. And then, of course, I can't forget the Assistant Director of Special Education, Chris Campbell, and our school committee liaison. So I'll thank Tom, Michelle, who's now with Stephanie, but all three of you have been really wonderful to work with. This is our WinPAC Executive Board. I am very pleased to have the Kates with me today. So Kate Messier, Kate Kays, Amy Moyes at home with her family. And I also just want to give a thank you to Andy Hollenhurst for his prior leadership, who stepped down this year, but he served as chair for WinPAC for over 2 years, as well as more continued service prior to that. Okay, so I'm going to try to be quick because I promised, I know it's a packed agenda, but just to give you a little bit of understanding for how WinPAC operates. So we are grateful to have monthly closed-door meetings with Dr. Hackett, Marlena, Chris, and Tom, where this gives us an opportunity to just discuss freely some things that are on our mind, how we can help the school and how the school can help us. We also have monthly board meetings that are public with Winchester Public School, as well as the WinPAC community that extends beyond the board that's here. We have a website where we disseminate information. We have an email list that has over 400 families on that list. And we also frequently have one-on-one meetings with parents and caregivers, helping them, supporting them as they're going through the process in Winchester. So this is just our top priorities that we came up with as a board. So we really focus on inclusion, advocacy, resource building, community support, as well as communication. To give you some highlights on what we've done towards these priorities throughout the year, I'd first like to talk about our work with inclusive playgrounds. This is something that, starting off at the year, WinPAC became a nonprofit, and we applied for an ARPA community grant, where it's a little bit complex how all of that came through, but the end result is $58,000 of new inclusive and accessible elements that will be added to our elementary school playgrounds. We also work to create an inclusive lens to playground design. We're really excited to partner with the Disability Access Commission in town, giving insights into the Lynch, McDonald, and Leonard playgrounds. That also was a nice partnership. Dr. Hackett was really a great friend in that effort. We also wrote a memorandum to the Select Board about having an inclusive lens as well as incorporating those in the community, because I just want to highlight how both WinPAC and the DAC have extensive professional training, expertise, and lived experience when it comes to townwide decisions that impact those with disabilities in our community. And we'd love to just also be included in the early stages of discussion so that input can be given prior to near final plans. It's just more pleasant for everyone involved to have those discussions earlier on. I think the fun part is that if we go to the next slide, these are just a quick result of one of the winners. So this is Grayson's design for our inclusive playground competition, which we did to celebrate those new elements being added. We had people submit everything from drawings to essays. The Vincent Owen had an essay competition where we had 2 winners from there, as well as videos, and we had individual and team submissions. So overall, there were 10 different winners. I welcome the school board if they want to see any of our videos or presentations, if you can go to the next slide. We just have a really lovely example from those that were really thoughtful in terms of thinking about inclusion and how we can make all folks in our community enjoy these spaces. So if you can go to the next slide. Another area of inclusion is incorporating this into our curriculum. When we were talking about Disability Awareness Week that was coming up, it was really wonderful to be talking with Marlena and Dr. Hackett and mentioning some of the activities that were already happening at Ambrose. And Dr. Hackett shared that curriculum with all of the principals. And it was just so lovely for all of us to walk through all of the elementary schools with everyone having that same focused lens and seeing all of the students in the community think about inclusion, think about World Down Syndrome Day. And seeing and even my kids coming home and talking about that. Next slide, please. So we also focus on advocacy. We work to provide a voice for those in our community. We also, you guys have seen me here at school committee. We both sometimes are here to give public comment, but largely we just want to participate, listen. So if we're not in the room, we're always listening at home so that we can also report back to WinPAC members the things that are happening in town. We also work and partner with local CPACs, and we also currently have our annual WinPAC survey out now. So for anyone that's listening, if you haven't completed the survey, please click on that link that was sent either from Parent Square or is on our website to give us feedback for both how WinPAC can continue to support you, but also feedback for what it's been like for you for the past year. And we also thank Marlena, who worked and partnered with us in forming that survey that we sent off. And then another area that we're doing towards resource building is we've been having a webinar series. Some are in person, some are virtual. These are 4 webinars that we had. We had one focused on dyslexia, one on ADHD, one on executive functioning for neurodivergent children, and then of course our basic rights seminar. So next slide, please. We also have had a parent meetup trying to just get in a more informal way our community together. Really thankful to Kate for really creating some structure around what those meetups are so that there is kind of an established mode that we have for parents so that they feel safe, but also that they can communicate what their needs are. And then for community, further, we also just really wanted to express our gratitude. This was a big goal for us, where we wanted to both acknowledge not only the special education teachers and staff, but all of the teachers, because all of the teachers work with the special education community. So it was really fun to get together. And we also want to thank the Winchester Rotary for awarding a grant to us to fund our Teacher Appreciation Week. So if you can go to the next slide. This is just a school committee can keep it, look at it. These are other things that we've done over the past year. But to keep on time, if we go to the next slide, I really want to focus on our priorities and looking forward for what we'd like to do in the next upcoming year. So we want to continue to communicate and partner with the district. Bullying prevention is something that's pretty high up on our list. We're hearing from families some more increased reports of bullying that's happening, particularly for the special education community. I think if I can do a reference to some of the public comment that was earlier today and talking about devices as well, we also think that could have a major impact on trying to help reduce bullying. We also want to promote inclusivity in clubs and sports. We also would love to have transition support for allowing students to participate in walking in graduation with their peers, increased opportunities for community building with our out-of-district students. And if you can go to the next slide. We also want to work with districts and parents to improve the IEP process. Marlena's already done some great stuff this year, and it's just going to be a continued process where we're going to keep working with that, educating, and coming up with new tools to make that easier for families. We also want to increase our work with PTOs and the PIS community, continuing to promote inclusion at all levels. If you just take away one thing, inclusion. That's a large part of our message. And then we will continue, I think, every day, even today, for hours leading up to here, advocating for families in our district, trying to help provide resources, language tools so that they can be successful. And so finally, for the last resource building, we are still a little bit in our capital campaign now that we are a 501c3. We are always looking for whether you have your time or treasure to donate to us. We are always open to take new WinPAC volunteers. You don't have to be a member of the board, even though we're a great group of people. Even if it's just, I want to do a meetup, or I kind of like this activity. We are very welcoming and would appreciate all of that, but we also look for corporate sponsors. We have tiers and then returns for that, as well as just efforts to support our webinar series speakers and other activities that we have ongoing. So final slide is just a big thank you. Thank you to this opportunity to share our update. Thank you to my fellow board members, and also thank you to the school committee for all that you've done to support our work. And then I'm just going to end with a thank you to Marlena, because it's really been great. So, thanks. And we're happy to take any questions.
Any questions or comments from the committee?
I have more of a comment, if that's okay.
I do too.
Dr. Stott, I want to acknowledge the fact that you were at town meeting this year as we were attempting to advocate for more funding for our budget. And I've been a member, I'm going into my 4th year on town meeting. It's the first time that we've really had the voice of the special education community on the floor of town meeting represented, and you did an excellent job of articulating the needs of the community. So I just wanted to thank you as a group on behalf of us. We did actually successfully secure additional funding. We know how many of the needs that the district has, and Ms. Isagas was very articulate with us during the course of this year about sort of the things that she and her team are looking for over the next 1 to 3+ years in terms of providing more resources for students who require special education services in the district. And so I just wanted to say thank you for pulling that together, for articulately presenting the ways in which it actually impacts the students in this community, and understanding that we can do some things at this table, but in terms of money, most of the decisions in the community are made at the town meeting level. We have 192 members there, right? Not all of them always attend when we vote on things, but the reality is it's, this New England town meeting form of governance is a little bit tricky in the sense that we really do have to get that whole group on board. So thank you so much for that advocacy work as well, because I think it, as someone who's been around for a while, has been around education for a while, sometimes these voices go unrepresented or unheard in those places. So I'll leave it at that. But thank you so much for working that up and presenting so eloquently to the folks on town meeting. And supporting us.
Thank you.
I just also wanted to thank you for, it's nice to see PAC out in the community and being able to have events and do the teacher appreciation, and a lot of COVID really unbalanced a lot of PACs, and so to see the healthy collaboration between the school district and the WinPAC, a good special ed department has a healthy relationship with their PAC, because you are really the liaison voice between.
Let's turn the microphone and see if it's pointed right at that speaker.
You are really, thank you. You are really the healthy relationship between the parent community and the feedback loop to the school district. There's a lot of conversations that you hear that parents may not be comfortable necessarily even having with the school district, and helping to facilitate those and helping to provide events for parents to not only inform them about their own rights and their students' rights and needs, but how to communicate those rights and needs in a school setting is just an powerful and valuable experience. And so I'm really happy to see those show back up. Shout out to Amy Moy.
I was going to say, Amy's probably watching on TV.
Yes. Who also, as an example of how that can really be so powerful, when we started discussing playgrounds, really defined for all of us the difference between accessible playgrounds and inclusive playgrounds. And some people may think those two words are intertwined and overlapping, and while one does inform the other, there's a real difference between a child being able to access an element on a playground and playground equipment that really encourages interaction and play between students with disabilities and students who may be more typically developing. So just huge shout out to Amy, because she is a great advocate and a great voice and a great teacher on that. I just really wanted to acknowledge her for raising that and helping us to get those playgrounds
where they should be and hopefully continue to move forward on those. The last thing, and I'll be really quick, is just to remind everybody that PAC is not a parent association in the way PISC is, but that is actually a mandate. So as a school committee, we are mandated to have a PAC, to have a relationship with our PAC. So doing a presentation here for us each year is actually really, really important for us as a committee, because this lets us know what's happening in our special education community and how we can have better relationships with them as well. So it is a little bit of a higher standard. And do you take company matches? Just for everybody out there, now that you're a nonprofit, so thank you for getting that done.
Yeah, corporate match.
Yeah, it's hard to add to those two, but I wanted to make two observations. One is it's been enjoyable working with you guys, and secondly, to watch sort of the professionalization of the organization, the incorporation, the fundraising, just all of the stuff that you're doing, the planning, the interface with the district, it's just you can see the thoughtfulness, and I think that relates directly to impact. So appreciate all you guys are doing.
I know we just spoke at your last meeting, and you guys do hear from me. However, there was one thing that came to my mind when we hung up last, and when we were going over your goals, and you did touch on it just during your presentation, is the mindful use of technology. That as we're having conversations about device-free schools or what that may look like, we have to be mindful of the usefulness of our technology, and that it helps certain students, and we want to be able to build those accommodations as we're talking about that, and as a community, right? And that technology, yes, it can be distracting, and it can affect our mental health, absolutely. But there are students that use that, and for those that have limited visibility, to monitor glucose levels, these things we have to be really mindful of. So I really hope you stay close to those conversations. I'll be sure that you are. So I appreciate that and all of your work. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Stephanie.
So I'll just pile on. That I appreciate the programming that you've put together over this year. I think that's been some very valuable information that's useful and much appreciated by people in the community and families in the community, and some of the needs of different kids in our town. And also just appreciate your advocacy and your support for inclusivity for the district and in the community. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming. Have a good night.
Yes, have a good one. And now, let's see, we will finally return to our schedule.
The best for last.
Yes. This is the great moment. So we are calling up our elementary literacy team.
Bring your own chair. We have.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
Yes.
So next up, we'll have our elementary literacy update from the ELT team that we have heard about so much over the course of the year from the CES research group. So
You're also welcome to pull up at the table there.
There are a lot of us.
If you want to just sit at the
Yeah.
table here, that's fine as well.
Of this too,
Around, yeah.
if that's easier.
Feel free.
And I'll turn it over
And do you
to
need-
Dr. Elenema.
Do you need more microphones? You need more microphones?
Oh, yeah, here, you can have
There's
mine.
just one microphone right now. Are you sure?
Pass it
Okay.
and pass it. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Kirby
Yeah.
to introduce the team.
So good evening, and we thank you for this opportunity to share the updates of all of the great work that's been happening in elementary literacy tonight. And I'd like to take a moment to thank some of our members of the ELT. We know your days are full and they're long, especially today, and there are 2 schools who had field day, which makes it feel, I'm guessing, that much longer. And yet, you continue to show up with your insight, your dedication, and your deep commitment to our students.
And it is your expertise and passion that is at the heart of the work that we do, and we're so truly grateful for all that you do. And I would also like to deeply give my deep appreciation for the entire ELT, because it has been a collaborative effort, and there is no doubt that we are better together. So before I go on, I just ask that you all just go around and introduce yourselves.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Leslie West. I'm the principal of Morocco Elementary School. I'm the principal of Vinton Elementary School.
I'm Karen Rizzuti. I teach first grade at Vincent Owen.
I'm Kathy Karen. I'm the principal at Vincent Owen.
Good evening, everyone. Andrea Phelan. I'm the principal of Ambrose.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Zuma. I'm a literacy coach at Ambrose and Lincoln.
Hi, I'm Morgan Doney. I'm a literacy specialist at Lincoln.
Hi, I'm Kim Penta. I teach second grade at Lincoln.
Hi, I'm Ella Adams McLeod. I am the principal at Lincoln.
And I am so delighted to introduce our new literacy coordinator, Melissa Newell. Melissa,
Good evening, everyone.
We all are. Melissa brings such a wealth of experience and a deep understanding of literacy instruction, and it's going to be a tremendous asset to our community. Her passion and support of students and educators is so very clear, and we are thrilled that you'll be leading the work with us. And like any meaningful journey, there have been and will continue to be moments of celebration, reflection, challenge, and growth. And tonight, we hope to offer a glimpse into where we are, where we're headed, and how we're anchoring this work in a clear and shared vision. So you get the click through. Keep going, yeah? You got it. Up, one back.
Up
One
more.
more.
Perfect.
So tonight, I am so thrilled to share with you our elementary literacy vision statement. And this vision brings and actually represents the big picture, what success in literacy will look like in the future across all of our elementary schools. It's our aspirational statement that captures the future that we are working so hard collectively to create. So our vision is serving as a guiding light, a motivational force that's shaping our decisions and driving our work moving forward. Most importantly, this vision was inspired through Thought Exchange, which I know you all are familiar with at this point, where all the teachers had an opportunity to share their voices. And it was so carefully refined by the elementary literacy team through thoughtful collaboration and a shared purpose. So let's dive into what our vision is. First off, we want to cultivate student-centered classrooms that are filled with joy, creativity, and enthusiasm. Classrooms where students' well-being, their social, emotional, and academic inner is driven by our systems, our practices, and our decision-making. We're going to nurture the engaged learners and critical thinkers through cohesive, culturally responsive, and high-quality curriculum that's evidence-based. And we're going to ensure that each and every student across our district can access the world around them through reading, writing, speaking, and listening. And just seeing those Ambrose students tonight, the importance of the speaking and listening, which is such a big part of our literacy program. So Kathy, do you want to take the rest of it?
So another important part of our literacy vision is to continue to build a robust and data-informed MTSS system to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all students. MTSS stands for Multi-Tiered System of Support. And basically what that means is that we're looking closely at data and we're making informed instructional decisions based on how our students are responding to our teaching. So we teach, we look at, we assess, we look at the data, we say, okay, how is everyone doing? And if we have kids that are doing great, we keep going, maybe give a little enrichment. If we have kids that are struggling and aren't where we want them to be, we say, okay, let's sit down, let's problem solve, and we come up with a support system. And then once a student has a support system, then we really are progress monitoring closely to ensure that the students are making success, making progress, I should say. And we're constantly looking at that data to say, is what we're doing working? And if it's not, let's have a conversation. There's no shame in that. Let's have that conversation, make changes and maybe frequency of support or, a different approach or things like that. So that's a very important part of our vision, is that that is continually happening throughout our program. Another thing is that we really want to make sure that we're continuing to grow in innovative and reflective teaching culture that we know we have in Winchester, and we will be adopting a program, but we don't want that creativity and autonomy, really the craft of teaching, to go away. So we want to make sure that we are still cultivating teachers so that they can continue to become masters of their craft. And as we know, programs don't teach kids, teachers teach kids. So we want to make sure that was an important part of our vision. And then, very importantly, to continue to foster a culture of trust. So trust amongst teachers, trust amongst teachers and administrators, being able to say, like, let's look at exactly what I was just saying. Let's look at this child. Let's not be, if someone's not making progress, let's get it on the table and let's make decisions about it. There's no judgment. So really building, continuing to build, because I think we've done a very nice job, building trust in being able to have those conversations and saying, like, I'm not sure about this. Let's talk about it together. And then also continuing to foster a culture of trust with families, so that we're being very transparent. It's a team, right? So really making sure we're being very transparent and sharing our data and sharing our what we're doing to support your children, so that you can in turn support us by supporting them at home, and really, wrapping around the child to create a whole, to really just teach the whole child in the best way possible. And then what we really want to stress is that this vision has to be flexible. We never want to get stuck in one way of thinking. Research on literacy is continually changing and growing, and we need to be able to and will continue to change and grow with it. So to really be able to be open-minded and flexible, and continue this vision kind of always, that the vision will change and as research changes. And so those are kind of the hallmarks of the vision that we all came up with together at the ELT. It was a really wonderful collaboration where we all were able to come together and create this vision.
And we're still evolving.
It's still evolving, always.
So Morgan and I are here to share a little bit about our thinking, the thinking of the team behind our shift to a knowledge-based literacy curriculum and how it aligns with our district's broader vision. So traditional reading instruction often emphasizes teaching comprehension skills in isolation. So we have predicting, we'll have a week on finding the main idea, summarizing, questioning. And while these strategies do serve a purpose, they're not enough alone. And so as our students begin to encounter more increasingly complex and rich text, especially in our upper elementary, we really want to make sure that they have the Velcro so that the new knowledge can stick there. So in Winchester, we've known this for a while, and teachers have worked tirelessly to put together comprehensive text sets. We've put together kits, video links to really build that background knowledge. So because we do know that if students don't have the background knowledge and the vocabulary they need to understand text, they can't demonstrate their reading. So knowledge sticks best to other related knowledge. And you might ask, so what is a knowledge building curriculum? So rather than teaching reading strategies in isolation, a knowledge building curriculum such as EL and arts and letters, it connects the students to rich content across various subject areas. And students build their knowledge over time, which helps them then become better readers and learners in all areas. So some of the key features you'll see in a knowledge building curriculum is that it's organized around topics and not isolated skills, and that it builds cumulative knowledge across units and modules, but also across grade levels. So they'll be able to have something to build on year after year. It integrates the speaking, the listening, the critical thinking, the reading, and the writing, like we've talked about how important that is. And it includes complex text and vocabulary for all of our learners.
And why does this matter in Winchester? This shift really ensures that every student, regardless of their background, has a common, high-quality learning experience. So students will engage in topics about science, social studies, and the arts by being exposed to content-specific vocabulary, like my colleagues were talking about, but also being provided with authentic opportunities to read, write, and discuss. The knowledge-building curriculum also strengthens the partnership between home and school. As students explore the meaningful content, the families can be better equipped to support their child's education through conversations about the relevant topics that spark the shared curiosity, helping their children to form deeper connections with what they're learning. Both of the selected programs that we are piloting offer resources for families which define the learning goals and encourages this important connection.
Because we're not just teaching them how to read, we're all teaching them how to understand the world.
The knowledge-building curriculum will provide teachers also with a framework to empower the students to think deeply, ask meaningful questions, and engage in the rich conversations about literacy.
And so our next part is to tell you a little bit about how we got there.
So Ella and I are going to talk a little bit about how we selected the programs that we're going to pilot. So it kind of kicked off with meeting with literacy coordinators from around the state of Massachusetts that had recently gone through a curriculum review process. And they told us a little bit about the programs they explored, the PD that they did, anything that they would have changed about their process. And that got us really excited to kind of look into these programs. And we created an initial list. I will say CES helped us create an initial list with the use of educator surveys. It was really important to us that we involved all of the teachers in Winchester in this process. So we sent out more surveys about what's in use, what programs that they were hoping to explore. And we generated an initial list of a list from the initial list of 7 programs to review. These were high quality instructional materials based on various tools like Ed Reports, the Curate rubric, which we would be using to look closely at it, and educator surveys. And then from there, we targeted like 5 focus areas. And these areas were text quality and organization, foundational skills, classroom tasks and instruction, usability for teachers, and accessibility for students. And these focus areas were based, again, on surveys and that educators in Winchester wanted to prioritize with what they were looking for in a curriculum. Ella and I were part of the foundational skills group, so we got to look at whether or not curriculum was explicit, whether it had an appropriate scope and sequence. And from there, we pretty quickly narrowed it down to 3. We saw that some programs were just didn't have the things that we wanted them to have, and we wanted to really do a deep dive on 3. So we further narrowed it down, and we also wanted to reach out to the vendors because we found that just figuring out unpacking the materials was a bit of a challenge. So the vendors created videos to really show us what was in their program, what their program was all about. We also had in-person opportunities to meet with them and ask them questions. And one of the most fun things for us was to go on site visits. I got to go on one to Newton, And that's what really made it come alive. We saw students really engaged in the topics, in the science and social studies topics. We saw work samples. We saw how from grades K, 1, 2, and 3, the program, the vertical alignment of the program. And so all of those pieces, the diverse members of the team, all the paths we took, we all basically came to a consensus that our final 2 programs would be EL education and arts and letters as our knowledge building piece. And what's not up there is that we also came to a consensus that UFly, which is the current program that the K-2 educators are using, was really stronger than what we saw in that foundational piece. So we were suggesting to pilot those 2 and to mandate UFly for all K-2 educators.
So this was the part of the process that I think was, at least for me, the most exciting and the most hands-on. I think when we first started looking at the programs, I don't know, I don't want to speak for others, but I was kind of like, okay, come on, we have to get there, we have to get there. But as we met new coordinators and visited different sites and talked to other educators, we realized how fundamentally important it is to go slow, to go fast. We got to talk to so many different people in different areas, which was beneficial for a variety of reasons. But one that stood out to me was that we were able to benefit from learning from them what things they would do differently. Some different areas didn't pilot, they just implemented. And some only maybe did 1 module instead of a whole year. And in it, we learned that it's going slow is so important. And that's when we really realized, I think, how important it would be to dive deeper into the last 3 programs that we were looking at. And going on those site visits was great also because we made connections with other schools, connections that we know are going to continue. And we feel comfortable reaching out to continue these site visits and to have a collaborative spirit with them for all decisions going forward. It also reminded all of us of the importance of site visits within Winchester as well, which is something we will really try to help provide our teachers to have that opportunity as well, because it was just, it was invigorating. I think that was the part where we could feel the passion, and so this was a great process. In the end, I think we were all very emotional when we finally made the decision and we realized we did it. Like, we started in September and look where we are. Like, we got this. So it's been a really incredible journey, and I think all of us can say we've learned a lot. We've grown together. We've become closer as a group, but as a community and as a school district. And I've just been so proud to be part of this journey.
And so we're going to be making some shifts, and I am here on an exciting time for the district to help guide those shifts into practice. You've already heard that UFly will be used K-2 at all of our schools, which is a structured literacy foundational skills program that has strong efficacy. We'll be piloting EL, Expeditionary Learning, the newest version, which is just being released this now, that'll be ready for us in July, and Arts and Letters, which just came out in the fall of last year. We are going to be focusing, as you already heard, on the MTSS system and thinking about our students who are striving readers still in grades 3 to 5 and how we can support them, making sure that we have the right tools for all of those students, especially ones that are incorporated in our new programming. Thinking about word study in general across all of our 3rd through 5th grade students and how that's going to play into the new programs and where we may still need to supplement those programs. And then also thinking about the classrooms who are not piloting for next year and how do we maintain consistency and cohesion across the district using evidence-based practices for both fluency and comprehension. So those are the exciting shifts that are happening. And I'm excited to be here to lead the charge.
So the excitement begins. We will start piloting very soon. So the piloting team actually got together at the beginning of June to hear about the overview and ask questions about the whole process. As we, got feedback from teachers, we had an overwhelming amount of teachers that wanted to participate in the pilot. But of course, we couldn't have everybody. So we do have 20 classrooms that are going to pilot EL education and 21 that are going to pilot arts and letters next year. And we are starting with our PD right when school gets out on June 25th. So we're getting right in there. And each school throughout the district, I feel like this is important to know, has 2 or 3 grade levels piloting, and will be piloting both programs. So like, for example, Lynch, third grade is piloting arts and letters, and 5th grade is piloting EL. So they'll be able to kind of see the difference between the two of them. And then, of course, we'll do some site visits across town. Once we get into piloting the programs, we'll use an evaluation tool called the Curate rubric, which I believe somebody mentioned, and that stands for curriculum rated by teachers. So the teachers that are piloting are going to be looking at the different programs, and they're going to measure the accessibility for students, classroom tasks and instruction, text quality, and organization, and the usability for teachers. So that's what they'll look at on the rubric. And from there, as we move through the year doing both pilots, we'll dive into PD, professional development, to get a solid understanding of which program best aligns with the students in Winchester and what their needs are. We will have all of the materials from both of these programs and the professional development from both of them. And once we kind of get through, we will have CES come in, do some surveys with us, take data, and then we'll determine in like February or March which pilot we have chosen to adopt. So it's an exciting process, and we're starting it soon.
So we've talked a little bit about piloteers. The piloteers will continue to have opportunities for professional development. We'll continue to have opportunities for site visits, because again, I think all of us found those invaluable as part of this process. But we'll have site visits within the district, and we're going to continue site visits with other districts. But one thing we talked about as part of the ELT, that there were 22 teams that volunteered to pilot next year, and there were 12 who are able to do that. So teachers are eager to move forward. Teachers are eager to improve their practice, and we wanted to make sure that people feel like they're being supported. Those who are piloting, I'm a piloteer. I know that piloteers will be supported, but we want to make sure that all teachers, the ones especially who are not able to pilot, are feeling supported and moving forward their practice. So there are going to be lots of opportunities for collaboration. We're going to be using our common planning times, our grade level meetings, our faculty meetings to focus on literacy next year, and to make sure that all teachers develop a shared understanding of best practices in literacy, so that whichever program we choose as a result of the pilot, we're all starting with the same foundation. So we're looking forward to that. Yeah.
And then we are currently building our ELT 2.0. As you can see from this small group, our ELT was just an incredible group of professionals and educators who just care so much about teaching and children, and literacy was our focus. So, just amazing. So we want to continue that next year as we pilot. We want to continue that collaboration, and we will be also including, as we did this year, teachers, principals, coaches, and then we'll be adding social studies and science curriculum coordinators as well. Both EL and arts and letters are multidisciplinary in that they incorporate a lot of science and social studies. So we want to make sure that we have our experts in those curriculums on our team to ensure that we are supporting our literacy effects, the effects of the supports that we're getting in those areas. We want those voices involved. So we are currently building that ELT 2.0, which is exciting.
So as you've likely heard tonight, growth and support and learning together has been a major theme of this process. And so I'm going to share with you two different quotes. They're reflections from actual teachers that attended, all of our elementary staff, K through 5, attended a workshop with Dr. Stephanie Grimaldi. And so I'm going to share with you some of their reflections. The first is, the art and science of teaching children to read is a multi-pronged beast that needs many practices to be successful. There is no one formula for every student. And the second quote, loved learning more about the topic of the science of reading and how that connects to our early childhood teaching. Great review of terms, research, and current findings on this topic. As you can see, their reflections from the teachers following that Dr. Stephanie Grimaldi literacy presentation speak to the power of literacy professional development provided this year across all elementary schools in Winchester. Elementary educators participated in sessions grounded in the research of the science of reading, coupled with practices that we know are best for our students, helping us to build a shared understanding of how children learn to read and why a shift in our instructional approaches is necessary. This year's PD offerings were robust and targeted. Topics included the effective use of DIBELS data to drive instruction, the implementation of UFly in K1 and 2, and support for grade 3 word study, and writing about reading. Teachers engaged in sessions on M-Class for K through 3, culturally and linguistically sustaining practices, and they collaborated in grade level literacy meetings to strengthen their coherence across the grade levels and classrooms. As a district, we're seeing this growth with our alignment, more intentional instruction, and increased teacher confidence, all in service of ensuring our students become skilled and joyful readers. Melissa's going to share with you in just a moment the vision or the goals that will support our collective professional goals for the next school year. And we're going to continue to grow together in a targeted and organic way with opportunities in our weekly common team planning times, our monthly grade level meetings, our staff meetings, our peer-to-peer classroom observations, as a colleague mentioned earlier, as well as our embedded professional development early release days and full days next school year.
Thank you. And so as you know, you've heard from Leslie all of the things that have already been happening. We're looking to continue to grow from that base that you've already laid the foundation for. So we have the vendors coming in to provide some training. They'll be doing EL training ongoing, both for teachers and coaches and literacy coordinators, as well as all of the other members of our community, so that we can have leaders getting on board with that and what to look for when they go into classrooms, as well as what families can expect at home. We also have some exciting partnerships coming up with the Department of Ed, and so we have some of our members who will speak to their ongoing partnerships, but we have opportunities to join learning communities, particularly for EL education at the state level, where other districts are also implementing or piloting, and so we'll learn from colleagues across, as you have been doing already, and then we'll continue to be part of the Literacy Leaders Network, and so that meets regularly across the state to make sure literacy leaders across Massachusetts are keeping up to date with best practices and the current research and bringing those back here to Winchester. And then the other opportunity for the literacy launch will be spoken about by my colleagues.
So I'm excited to let you know that we have a few of my colleagues and I have been accepted to the literacy launch that is a DESE initiative sponsored by the Hill for Literacy. And it really came about because we were driven by it. Personally, being part of the ELT has been a transformative piece for me as an educator process. I started with Stephanie on the design team, went last year, had the opportunity to be part of it again this year, and then I'm hoping to continue with ELT 2.0. And this is because the collaborative processes we experience, like from exploring multiple curriculums, we're on the floor digging through, Andrea's snapping pictures of us, going on site visits, building networks, really being able to ask the questions and see it come alive for students, and which ones didn't. I mean, that was true too, that it really did help us narrow it down. I was like, ooh, this doesn't feel good in some of these classrooms. So that, it was so important to go on those site visits and really see it happening. Vendor presentations, I've gotten the opportunity to sit in and really hear, and some of our vendors who have actually taught the curriculums, and they're going to be out here with the professional development. So that's really deepened my understanding of what it takes to implement systematic literacy change. And with that, feeling that success kind of led to more motivation. And a bunch of us looked at the Massachusetts, and Governor Haley put in money towards this literacy launch, and we filled it out with the fingers crossed. It's open to all educators, and Morgan and I will be attending one that we decided to. There's different tracks, and the institute we're attending is for school and district leaders track, because we really do have a new lens at how to look at this from a district perspective, and we want to be part of that change, not just a classroom or school one. So that's what ELT has given us. And we also have colleagues who have gotten into or been accepted to the Diane over at Ambrose with us, the Advanced Institute, which really is going to help them deepen the understanding of the sciences and of reading, and also equity, and really working with multilingual learners and working with students to help all students get their needs met. So that's the focus of that track. So we're excited, and I just wanted to share that because the timing couldn't be better as we're entering our pilot year, and the training's going to help us, help equip us to be there to support both piloteers but also non-piloting teachers, because we'll have those practices that we can go back and share. So I'm just excited.
I just wanted to add that it really does align with the vision that we started with this evening, especially because it's the start of a new professional journey for not only this teacher sitting at this table, but also across the district. So again, building that network, building that collaboration, and work on our strategic data-informed instruction for students, which is why we are here and which is why we're doing this work.
Is that you? Oh, no, that was me. Nice try. So our next steps, we are really just diving into those pillars that really hold that vision up there. So you've heard tonight, we need to really come to a very clear, explicit understanding of what a literacy block looks like. What does this really mean when we say evidence-based literacy? And we'll be doing that together. Throughout this journey and prior to, we know that we need to really take a closer look at our suite of assessments. Is it really a suite, or is it a snapshot? So that we're able to meet the broad and vast needs of our students. And we're really committed to that on all parts of the continuum there. And in order to do that, we really need a good system, a good structure that allows us to come together as educators, take a look at the data, determine what it's telling us, and what those next best steps are. So as a district, here and in math, across, it transcends all throughout the day. It is, how are kids showing us what it is they know and are able to do? And how are we together looking at this? Because it's no one person that can meet all of these needs. It's all of us together. So we're excited at the idea, and we've dabbled in it this year, and it looks different in all of the schools, to come to that consensus of what is the best model for us, and then understanding that we will continue to look, revise, and adapt as we continue to grow. And then that all just ties in beautifully with the MTSS system, as you heard tonight. And this just isn't a literacy phenomenon. Again, this goes K to 12, and it's in all disciplines. So coming up with a very systematic, explicit, and then getting, again, all the different perspectives and eyes on it so that we can develop a system that works across the disciplines, across the levels. And then, as always, we're always looking and open to better ways to connect with all the stakeholders here within the district, communicating with each other what's going well, what needs fixing, what resources, what are those best next steps that we can take together. And then to all of you as school committee, your different lens, different ideas about and agendas given your stakeholders that you're responsible to, and of course the families and the caregivers. We are working and thinking beyond the newsletters and thinking beyond these kinds of presentations because we saw the joy that the kids brought tonight, and we know that they are our best advocates. So how is it that we include them in the conversation? We want to hear from them, how is it going? We want to see the joy in learning, and we're constantly thinking about ways to do that. And certainly all of you have been part of the many different celebrations that happen in each of our elementary schools. Celebration of Learning, Junior Author Fest, and the list goes on and on. So we're looking for more opportunities to showcase the stars, our students. So this is truly a team effort. It is going to be a journey that is ongoing because this never ends, this work of education. Because we learn more, we do better. And in thinking about that, it is your commitment, it is your support, it are the families and caregivers that will help us in this very complex, challenging journey, have the confidence to come on out and say, here we are, this is what's going well, and this is where we need to be putting some of our attention, and these are the supports that could help us. So again, we thank you for this opportunity, and we would open it up for any questions that you have or comments. Thank you. You are phenomenal.
Well, I'm sure there are many questions and comments from the committee, so anybody want to kick us off?
Do you want me to, I'd be happy to go first. So first off, I have to say, I love seeing all 5 of our elementary principals here, and I hope you were all comfortable coming because we're totally going to make you do it again. But this is really such a joy and an update from the community. The whole entire town has been talking about this, and just to see the update from this team, I'm delighted. Thank you for all of your hard work. I know everyone has put in a lot of hours outside of your normal time in your school buildings towards this effort. But I do have a couple of questions. One is for pilot classrooms. Will notification be going out to parents that your child is enrolled in a pilot classroom?
We hadn't thought about that.
Oh, no, yeah.
And again, I think it goes back to, I'm not sure what the benefit would be in that, except for I can see if my child wasn't in there, I might feel a little less than.
Sure.
So I feel like what we're really trying to emphasize here, that is part 3 when we think of that understanding by design. What is our targeted goal? How do we know that we have achieved that? And then what are the tools and resources that we use? So those tools are going to be fantastic, but it will be the work that we do together to build up the foundation of every educator and continue to grow where they are and beyond to enhance. That will allow for all students, whether they have those new tools or not, to be able to show what it is they know and are able to do in order to meet those standards.
Yeah.
So, again,
more.
that's our conversation that we would certainly be open to, and listing what are the pros and what are the cons of that, and what would be the why behind it.
Because I know parents are watching this closely. We're all so eager, and I'm so excited to see that we have our 2 pilots selected. And I'm just because that conversation will come up. May it be on curriculum night or in conferences. What is my child's literacy curriculum, right? Even if that wasn't a part of their vocabulary before, it is certainly now. And like, I love it when my first grader would come home and she'd be like, I got my U-Fly check-in, and we go over it, and it's so adorable and lovely. And just, I know what U-Fly is. My daughter knows what U-Fly is. And just having that as part of a family's vocabulary. Oh, I'm going to have my arts and letters. I'm sorry, arts and, what is it called? Arts and letters? Arts and letters. I'm going to have my arts and letters check-in. And as a parent, I would like to connect with that. And I'm sure other elementary families are also have those conversations with their teacher as well as with their children. Even my first grader identified it as a U-Fly check-in. And
so one of the things that resonated the most with all of us is that there is no miracle program.
Of course not, yes.
Right? So looking and thinking about moving ahead, we're building up all the educators, and we're talking about best practices every day in our common planning times, in our, as Karen said, our department meetings. That's where the power is. So no child is going to be less than, or if you're in the pilot, you're good. If you're not, you're a guinea pig. Because we really know what solid, good literacy practice is, and we have learned so much about that this year. So I want everyone to feel super comfortable that regardless of whether your child is in that pilot or not, we will all be working collaboratively.
Great.
And that was the power of this team, because we didn't work on it as I'm the principal, Laura's the assistant superintendent. We worked on it as a team of equals. And I know you want to add, because I can hear you.
Oh, really?
But no,
do
I
now.
do.
I
could
don't know
feel
how
you.
you like must have smelled some wood burning, but yeah, I think also too, like, you know, during curriculum night, all teachers talk about, you know, what they're working on, and all of the pilots were chosen by team, so it would be that the whole team would be providing that pilot. So,
oh,
like
that's
for
great.
Karen, yes, so the whole team in that grade. So Karen is first grade at VO. All of first grade will be doing arts and letters. So it will be team-based per school.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, then that's
important.
Yeah, that's an important note. That's
And
great to hear.
our literacy specialists will continue to work with those other grade levels that maybe aren't.
Great. Thank you.
Great.
Is that it?
Yeah, that was it. Sorry.
You said a few, so I was just checking.
I may have a follow-up.
Mr. Hopcroft, did you?
Oh, I was waiting to see what our educators had to say.
Hear that.
Not it. You go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you for all this work, because I know what a tremendous amount of time and energy not only goes into thinking through all these curriculums and being able to dig deeply into them to really know, somebody said, what feels right and what doesn't when you see it, because a good educator, when you walk into a classroom, you can tell when kids are engaged in learning, you can tell when there's joy for what they're doing with the work. And so I think, I just thank the team for having site visits and for actually seeing the programs in action, because what can look packaged and pretty and really helpful to a teacher in practice in a classroom may not look the same. So I'm already super excited and super confident about the programs that you've chosen, because you've seen them in action. You've seen teachers using them with kids. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is just thank you to all the educators in the district who are choosing to pilot, because that is the next big mountain of work ahead of them. It's like being a first-year teacher all over again when you get a new curriculum in front of you, and a lot of the skills and a lot of the good teaching practices are with you, and you recognize them in the work that you're doing in the new programs, and you see that. But the way, the materials that you're using, it may not be the book you've used with your second graders for the last couple years, and that's exciting, and but it's also challenging at the same time. So I really applaud those teachers that have stood up to do that, and are taking that work on, and because it will just produce better outcomes for kids. I'm also super excited to hear that you're choosing to stick with UFly at K2, because it goes back to the same theme of the collaboration and the work and the evaluation that you've already done, and recognizing that you do have a strong foundational skills program. Some of the recent research I've seen out on UFly has said it adds 8 months on. One of the most recent studies adds 8 months on to kindergarten instruction over a typical classroom, and almost a year and a half at first grade, just by using UFly in a classroom for a single year. Being able to give kids access to those foundational skills and knowing you've already chosen a program that's working, and not sort of throwing the baby out with the bathwater by starting all over with the new curriculum is just also really exciting to see, and that all the teachers in the district will now have access to that and be able to use that with their kids. And lastly, just the collaboration that I hear and I see here is so exciting. Ella, I think you said that not only site visits to other buildings, but getting into classrooms once you all have the new curriculum and doing the work, and being able to watch each other teach the curriculum, see how the teacher at Morocco's using it and the teacher at Lincoln's using it, and then being able to have those debriefing conversations will just make you able to have a better choice at the end of this process, and know that everybody is on board and everybody's behind what you're doing. So just thank you for all of those things. Thank you.
Guess I'm next. Hi, everybody. It is really amazing to have all 5 of our elementary principals here. I didn't even notice you were all here at first. So I guess I have 1 comment, 2 questions, and then I'll end with a comment. The comment that I want to echo from Ms. Bergstrom is the collaboration and the sort of sense of joy that's around the table is just amazing. And I hope we can continue that. And I hope we can continue that with some other areas as well, math, social studies, science. So look forward to working with you on that moving forward. I think my sort of one harder, more substantive question is actually around sort of, and I don't know if Ms. Izelgas has actually been involved with this, but sort of thinking about the 2 curricula that we're piloting, are there particular things that you all have considered around sort of the applicability to different populations within the district, and the extent to which those have sort of hooks in them to be able to make life easier for teachers who might have multi-language learners in their classroom, thinking about the sort of cultural relevance, the sort of pieces that are actually in there that serve the particular populations in our district well, and what's there for folks who are either on IEPs or have 504s. I'm sort of also thinking about other sort of demographic characteristics, sort of from earlier age to later age, because obviously we talk a lot about sort of how different a kindergartner is from a student in grade 5, and I think that's one of the challenges we often run into with curriculum. So I'd just love to hear from you all sort of the extent to which you've talked about those things, and specifically how you feel about it relative to the 2 curricula that we've picked. Are there sort of similarities? Are there differences? Are there things that you're looking forward to exploring more in ELT 2.0 this coming year?
Anybody? Yep.
I don't mind starting.
Kathy will finish.
So the cultural responsiveness is very important to all of us, and it's actually one of the criteria that we used in a meeting where we had read some articles and research, and we got rid of curriculum right away. Mrs. Kirby asked me to sit in on a meeting with EL, and I wasn't comfortable going with it until they explained to me the updates that they've made in the 2025 edition. I think I said I can't get up in front of a school committee meeting and say I got this unless I know we've gone through. So both Arts and Letters and EL is the updated book lists that are coming out with it. I think will be representative more of our community than the previous editions that some of us weren't comfortable with. I know like Peter Pan is not in this, in the upcoming, was it second grade? Now, arts and letters is, I feel, such a unique, innovative one that I'm really excited to see how it works, because as someone with a language-based learning disability, the fact that it is universally designed and it speaks to, right in there, dyslexics, multilingual learners. I am really excited that there is a prologue that goes with each unit, because that prologue allows for either reteach or pre-teach lessons that we can have ML teachers using, special educators using, the ability that we're going to be able to communicate. And also, we've done a lot of work and had discussions around when kids can't get pulled from the room. Like, this needs to be inclusive. Everyone, and that's what Morgan and I were talking about, that this knowledge building, we're passionate about the fact the engagement and the equity. Like, the knowledge building curriculum is going to be an equalizer for a lot of our students. And during this hour, our students can't leave the room because they need to build this knowledge so that they do have something to write about. They can communicate. And so I'm really interested to see arts and letters come alive a little bit more in our classrooms and see those universal design components in there for modes of representation and expression. And there's authentic tasks at the end. And EL also offers a social, they appreciate the social piece of learning to read and communicating. And I'm looking forward to seeing that too. But I hadn't seen a curriculum that says we are universally designed before. So I think that will be pretty cool.
Thank you.
Does anyone want to add on?
No, I was just going to say, the people who couldn't be here tonight, we had several special educators on the team, as well as Hannah Dingman, who is our ML. So we have vetted, and I think the power in these programs for me is that shared experience that all kids are going to get at the same time. It's very, very inclusive. And it's a big shift, especially for me, who taught differentiating instruction, and everybody got something different. So it's a big shift, and we learned quite a bit this year. Did you want to add? No?
Just to add a little bit to that, for our students who do struggle with reading, our dyslexic students, you can struggle with reading for any number of reasons. But I think, as you both spoke about, the equalizing factor of being present to hear the rich text and the conversations around comprehension and the dialogue between students, direct instruction of vocabulary, those were things that perhaps those students would have been missing in the past, and they will be present for those, all of those discussions. And we know through research that, I'll talk about dyslexic students in particular, that typically very bright and can understand and comprehend at a level well above their reading level. So we want to make sure we're not increasing the gap or closing the gap, and we're making sure that students are involved in all these rich discussions. And then the second part of our literacy block, for EL, there's something called All Block, and that is where you have your small group instruction, and that's where students would be pulled for specialized instruction or small group instruction. And we've already kind of as a team decided that part of our decision is that with arts and letters, that would also be a second part to that. So it's kind of the best of both worlds, because everybody's getting that tier 1 instruction and that no pull, and then the differentiation is happening kind of in the second part of that literacy block, so that we're meeting all the needs of all of our students.
Can I add one thing? I think it's important to note that both of the curriculum also maintain an independent reading piece, and so that the texts that they're all speaking of are going to be common across all our students, but they'll also still have choice. And so that's another opportunity to supplement where we have responsive, inclusive text for all of our students, and that they still maintain their own reading identities while building this common understanding and putting all of that together.
Do you think that that the new curriculum are going to, we heard a lot about the middle school schedule and the needs of kids driving the schedule. Do you think that, hearing what you're saying about the literacy block and reading and writing, do you think this may drive some changes in elementary, the way we schedule elementary classes and elementary specialists and things like that as well, to be able to maintain that protective block to make sure all kids have access to it?
Definitely.
Definitely. Yep.
Just yes.
And
Yes.
we're all working together to make
Yeah.
sure that our
Yes.
schedules are
Are aligned.
aligning, and we're having a lot of conversations about that.
We are in the messy middle of that.
And so
Just to be able to
piloteers
give
across districts can talk to each other, so they have common planning times and things
Right,
like
that's,
that.
I was
Yeah.
just thinking that,
Yeah.
you know, it's, if we're gonna, if we have to walk the walk, if we're gonna talk, like, we need to be able to provide the teachers the time to talk to each other to make that happen. We need to be able to provide the special ed teachers schedules that they can then, like, that's the
And
nuts
we're
and
all up at
bolts.
3 a.m. planning.
I'm sure. There's no scheduling software that does that for you yet.
So, thank you for all of that. So my second big question is sort of around what you anticipate being different between the two curricula for next year, and potentially the path that the district takes beyond the pilots next year, in terms of whether we might need to pull in additional resources on top of those two curricula. Because I know that there's, I mean, full disclosure for those of you who don't know, and sort of have been immersed in this world professionally. So I'm sort of wondering what your sort of current discussion and thinking has been around, sort of if we go direction A or direction B, what does that implicate in terms of sort of the next set of discussions that we need to have around materials and supplements and thinking about what we do across the district? I mean, there's a bunch of different dimensions I could try to call out, but I'm not going to go there. I'll sort of hear what you all have to say. But I'm just curious to sort of, if we go with EL versus going with arts and letters, do you sort of see the work that you have on ELT 2.0 ahead of you as something different if we choose one path versus the other?
I think that will be uncovered as we go.
Yeah.
I think we're at the very beginning. We've seen it in action. We dove into the materials, and now we need to dig in and do it ourselves. And only in that work will we find out what's missing, what we need more of. And I think more to come on that. I don't know if anybody else feels differently, but yeah.
I would just add that that's kind of how, if you think back to when we were initially implementing UFly, it evolved along the way. We found that, we need a certain set of whiteboards and manipulative letters to make it more multisensory, and we were able to purchase them for everyone. So we're flexible, and we're going to be thinking along the way of how to make everything that we're doing the best that we can. But again, work in progress, and I think we're getting really good at that. So.
And sometimes you have to use it to know what you need to.
Well,
do
yeah.
it.
I think you definitely have to use it, and you definitely have to see it, because I don't know about you guys, but I went in with like, oh, I love this one. No, I love this one. No, I love this one. So.
Every box, we got so excited, and like you said, they were shiny and new, and we were like, oh, we really like this, and then we realized, no, we really didn't. Yes, the teachers grounded us.
Yeah.
Because they're in it, right?
Right.
Every day, so.
And I think you don't want to taint the pilot.
No,
You
and
don't-
that's the
Yeah.
other thing, we don't
You
want to
wa-
have preconceived, we don't want to
Right.
go in with any expectations.
I guess all I was really getting at is, do you anticipate that there are specific additional things beyond sort of what we've already established in terms of UFly? If you happen to be a piloteer for one program versus the other, I'm assuming that there may be a need for supplemental materials or things that come in, and I just didn't know whether there was thought around sort of the consistency of those supplementals depending on which path you're following as a piloteer.
So I think what you're getting to is just that idea of fidelity and integrity, and
Correct.
we've had a lot of conversations around that. And it is so important that we do this with integrity.
Yeah.
And that whole idea of fidelity. So what's the difference between the two? That we don't deviate from that script that they give us, or that's the fidelity, or with integrity. We understand what the philosophy, the framework, the routines, and we're going to stick to it. We're not going to bring in additional
Got it. Okay.
supplements this year because we want to stay true to this program. But most importantly, we want to stay true to our students. And if we see that this isn't meeting them, then we can use resources within the program to get them, or just resources and thinking together collaboratively so that there's consistency. Because the moment we kind of
Right.
open that up, I think that, right, then we are going to just be, what's the word? Yeah, tainting.
It
for
confuses the
baccalaureate.
potential
Right, it
results.
confuses
Yeah.
the process. How are we really measuring this against the standards when we're, supplementing it at this point in time?
Yeah. I mean,
So
I,
that's gonna be a struggle for all of us, because
Yeah.
we all have our
What I also hear you
toolboxes.
saying, Lori, though, is you're not going to leave any kids behind
Right.
either.
That's-
So that if there's a program and parts of it aren't working for students, we're still doing the beginning, middle of year, end of year DIBELS assessments and any embedded assessments that are part of the program. So we've already have systems in place to identify students who are struggling. And that doesn't change whether you're in a pilot program or whether you're using curriculum that's currently available in the district. Those kids are going to be
They'll be taken care of, and that's part of our MTS Tier 2 support, yes.
and I mean, I think the other thing I'll say is I'm just sort of super curious to know if folks who are piloting feel that things are missing, right? Like, this, not just this worked well, this didn't work well, but like, gosh, it would have been great if only I had A, B, or C, right?
And the
Like, that's-
ongoing feedback from teachers as they're piloting, as well as students,
I was just
though,
gonna
and
say this.
families, will be really important, not just at the end, but as we start to see how assessments roll out and how students are participating or interacting with the curriculum in school.
And we did ask on site visits, we asked teachers and some of the administrators, like, what was a loss? What was part of the shift? And they were able to tell us things like, you know what, our 4th and 5th graders had a harder time with these shifts. Or, there's some confusion about how much choice. And being used to just taking any book they want off of a shelf anytime they want to read it feels different now, and so they're shifting, and there's a little bit of a loss for them in that, and those are real things that we're going to experience next year.
And to your point, the students will show us.
Right.
They will guide and show us. They'll be really what we want to hone in on and watch and see their reactions. And sometimes it's simple things. I know with UFly, teachers use whiteboards and the kids love them. And just when I think, UFly's repetitive, it's mundane, it's every day, they're doing the same thing, the excitement that the students have is palpable. I walk in June, they're like, we're doing UFly, and we are on this, we're excited. So they tell us every day what's working, more than anything.
I love that you mentioned the whiteboards because I do hear about them. It is such a hit. So, but just if you don't mind a quick segue,
No,
the
not at all.
materials, super important. Do arts and letters, EL, do any of them require additional Chromebook work or time on Chromebooks?
I think there are options within there that we can choose.
But
And
as
be
fa-
mindful.
And be mindful of that, yes, that's great, that's great.
But all of the curriculums also, and to go back to what Ms. Minyarji was asking earlier, also have embedded parent communication, I'm assuming, as well. So that parents will know what their students are learning with the new reading curriculum, because I'm assuming there's embedded communications that teachers will send home that says, this is the new unit on this, and we'll have the name of the curriculum probably emblazoned upon it.
And
Mr. Upcroft?
they all have authentic, they'll all be having books in their hands.
Right.
They're not reading.
This is
on
all whole books, not
Yeah.
partial texts or.
Right, and they, I believe it's not an anthology, like they will have
Right.
books like they're used to having in their hands, which is huge. And there might be supplemental options for additional device work, but it doesn't mean we have to use it in order to meet the needs.
That's great.
Let me just quickly slide in my last comment, which is, you've already said it, the thing I'm most excited about is the fact that we really are able to think more holistically across, social studies, science, thinking about computation, numeracy. Like, the thing I love about a lot of these curricula in terms of, sort of the possibilities is that students really do have, in many cases, gaps around world knowledge, gaps around, sort of a shared understanding of how things are in the world. I used to work in Boston, so I had to deal with that almost every day in that context. But, I think the thing that I'm most excited about is to hear you all already talking about those things, because I think there are some great opportunities to integrate, especially for the earlier elementary students who don't have as explicit of time necessarily to deal with science and social studies. The fact that's in there, and they're going to be doing it as part of their reading and literacy building curriculum as well. So, yay, excited
Mr.
for all of
Hopcroft?
you too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And see, this is why I let the educators go first. Those are fantastic questions, and I appreciate it. I learn from them every day. I want to say this has been just a really uplifting meeting, and I didn't think that we'd be able to match the students, but I think we're pretty much on par there. I'm not going to say we surpassed them, but we got pretty darn close.
This has been my favorite meeting.
Yeah, this is a great standard, but but I also recognize that change is really, really hard, and you guys make it look joyful, and so I hope there is joy in it, but I recognize that it's a lot of hard work. And I guess my one question, the only thing I can think of really to add upon what's already been asked is just if there are barriers you're encountering, and if there are areas that we can or should be providing additional support in any kind of way. Just are you hitting roadblocks? Are you? No, I'm loving that. No.
Not yet.
You would tell us, right?
We would tell you.
We would.
Okay, that's fantastic.
I think, yes, I think all, or if there were ever any roadblocks, there are none. I feel like we said, that on the ELT, we were all colleagues working together. Everyone felt, it took time. I mean, it took time, but as any relationship,
we didn't get along every
We didn't know.
No.
Yeah, and I think right now, I think we can honestly say we don't feel any roadblocks. It's basically like, what do you need? We'll give it to you. So I think we've talked about too, like some other districts, nearby districts really had very short pilots. We've been provided with a full year pilot for both, of the programs. It's almost unheard of. I mean, the amount of support that we're getting is incredible, and I think we're all really lucky to be part of it.
Well, we are enthusiastic supporters and appreciate all the hard work you guys are putting into this. It's hugely impactful, so thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just on the issue of support, if a teacher needs, what in-class support is available, and is it different between the different curricula, or is that not part of the process?
So support as far as coaching?
Right,
And
in the
yes.
classroom.
So we do have our literacy coaches
Yeah.
who are instrumental in this, and they will be supporting those grade levels in the buildings that are piloting. And then in addition, we have our literacy specialists who will support the other classrooms and these pilots. And then they have the principals and assistant principals, and we are all going to work hard this summer and be trained, and so we'll be in helping and supporting teachers too. And also, we have, the programs.
Coaching from the coaching as
Yep.
well.
An
And
embedded PD.
opportunities for PLCs and different support systems within the programs themselves, which is nice.
And
Which is
that's
actually, on the site visits, they often said that was really, really invaluable.
Right. No, and it was why priority was given to teams as well, so that teachers supporting teachers in it is going to be really important, so no one feels like an island, that you have your colleagues to work through things with, so that's another reason why a whole team is piloting together, and every team, every school, and every team with pilots will have a support person attached to them, just to be another person on there learning beside them. But I think the coaching that we will also get from our new literacy coordinator and the network she brings, and some of the things that are coming out of the literacy launch at DESE is if you have enough people, they'll give us coaching as well for free. So we're just gonna we're gonna get support.
Great. I'm very happy to hear that. And I love the dynamic around the table. And I think this is a great, we've been so excited to meet you. I mean, Dr. Hack has been holding us back because we've been wanting to reach out. So this is really, I truly, so much gratitude from all the elementary families.
We're so glad you all came.
Yes,
Well, and I
thank
think
you so much.
I think we're at a really special place too, because I heard both, somebody said it's the new EL curriculum. The arts and letters is new. And I know it's taken us a long time to get to this place, but I think literacy has moved along with us to, it's exciting that, it's not necessarily the first dip into this for these curriculums. These curriculums are thoughtful and have had a lot of research base behind them. And, somebody said about arts and letters, it's the universal design for learning, which would have been unheard of just a couple of years ago in a literacy curriculum. So I think it's super exciting to be on the cusp of that and be able to take advantage of that too.
So, yes, thank you so much. I think we've had a lot of great questions here, so I won't add on to the questions, but just wanted to say thank you to each of you for all your time. I too can just really feel the energy just emanating from the team, so I just really appreciate your passion that you've brought to this and with the work that you've done with each other. It's great to hear about what's coming next with the pilot. I know that families have been very excited to hear about the pilots and what's going to be happening. I'm also excited to hear about the data collection and the analysis, the sharing of information and the collaboration between the teams. I think these are things that we've been talking about for a long time in Winchester, and I'm just glad to see this coming to fruition over this next year. And I guess I'm also looking forward to hearing more from our new literacy coordinator, Ms. Millville, and also from the new ELT 2.0. And I have to agree with Dr. Matthews, very excited to hear about how you're bringing in social studies and science. I do like to see how all of that is interconnected for the students, so that is great. And good luck with the PD that's starting. There's a hefty task coming ahead. So very excited for all of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Continue to thank you.
Yes. And happy summer for those that we won't see as much until the fall. What?
What they get of it.
Yeah. Some get more than others.
All right. So,
Yeah. Should we take a quick,
we could. We are at 8:30. We could do a little.
should we just do a 5 minute so everybody can
5-minute bathroom.
get some water, use the washroom?
Grab a cookie.
Yeah. Oh yeah, grab a cookie. There are cookies over here.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna eat some food. 'Cause I can't do
I know
this
it's-
anymore.
Kids would be so proud.
We want you to have your own microphone. We know you've got that big, loud, and proud voice, but, you know.
Learn to whisper in a
So-
sawmill.
We'll get back to work here. Our next item of business is discussing the preliminary WPS capital planning recommendations and considering approval of their prioritization. So Mr. Marin had brought a spreadsheet to our previous meeting with his draft, with the draft capital projects. If you had questions, hopefully you've been able to have a chance to address them with him. The town has requested this a little earlier than usual to get ahead with coordinating with the capital planning process and also the Committee on Community Preservation, our WCCP. So I'll turn it over to Andrew and Mr. Lawson, or to Mr. Merritt and Mr. Lawson for a presentation on the recommended priorities, focusing on FY27.
Great. Good evening, everyone. So we'll start off with just a quick overview of some ongoing projects here. So I want to just address Morocco before we go into our recommendations tonight. So Morocco, as you know, we've submitted this spring our statement of interest, and that's to renovate or replace Morocco and engage the MSBA in that effort. And then this fall, we're expected to kind of find out if we're accepted into their initial phase to review it. And additionally, so as part of the capital process, we're voting these projects to get funded, and then at some point we have to do the work. So all the work is happening at once this summer, I think, with Mr. Lawson and everyone here. So district-wide, we're upgrading the entire access control system, which is the badge system throughout the district. So that was funded through last year's capital plan, funded at fall town meeting, and it's being deployed this summer.
Can I just ask as we go through, that's the one where anyone can click on the badge and, wow, this is really loud.
No, this is access control. So this is your get into the door.
Okay.
We're evaluating other kind of panic systems. That's not part of this process.
Okay, thanks.
Additionally, Morocco received, there's some additional funds through a prior life extension project, and that was voted by this committee to use those funds for further work in Morocco this summer. And that includes abatement of classrooms and upgrading floors, painting those classrooms, replacing sinks, and then doing some modifications to moving the library and forming space for a new cafeteria there as well. And then we also, through last year's capital, they funded repairs for the McCall and Ambrose roofs. So those are starting the end of this month, actually. Not through capital, but through school funds, we're upgrading the wireless access points at Vincent Owen and Lincoln. This is the final effort of a multi-year effort to upgrade all of our wireless infrastructure. And then everyone will be Wi-Fi 6, and there's a lot of benefits to that new technology there. At the high school, we're on track for the gymnasium, which was funded. It should be completed by this August. There's a picture there on the right-hand side that was just taken this week. We also have the SACI, which is the surface supplied corrosion inhibitor that's going on. Starting the end of this month, we'll be working through November, and that's right underneath where you're sitting here and throughout the building.
Is that the carbonation or the salt?
Don't answer.
Just speak later. And as WinPAC pointed out, we sort of partnered with them on an ARPA request for our elementary playgrounds. So we received about almost $60,000 for new inclusive equipment that will be at Ambrose, Morocco, VO, and Lincoln. Anything from cool names from wobblers to spinners and
That's great.
some neat modifications there. And then also through prior votes of capital and some school building rental revenue, we're replacing the entire playground at Lincoln. So if you drive by there, you'll see the old playground is gone. And right after the kind of enter school, we'll be having that installed in the same spot with new port-in-place surfacing. And there'll be a new swing set that's kind of on the backfield there too. And then just a note to Lynch. So that's a whole project within itself. And we're on track for substantial completion on the 27th. There'll be a lot of kind of punch list items and exterior work happening over July. But then at the same time, they'll be moving in furniture, fixtures, equipment, and the teachers are packing now at Parkhurst. And we'll be moving, I think the week of August 5th, all their materials over and into their new home there. So there's just a note on the ribbon cutting. So Monday, August 25th at 10:30 a.m. We'll be joining the project team and MSBA, local boards and committees in town to cut the ribbon and officially open the school there. So I provide a link to the prior sheet that we shared last school committee. That is a breakdown of FY27, but then kind of a 5-year plan that we continue to work on, myself and Mr. Lawson. And so the thought was that we'll just focus tonight on these FY27 priorities. At the end, we'll provide a district recommendation as to what those priorities should be. And we'll ask you to rank those tonight to submit tomorrow to the town manager's office. So maybe if I go through it, if you want questions per each slide, and then we can go into the overall mix or however you want to do it. But we'll start with the Amber's Elementary and the Carriage House. What we put on the FY27 plan are 2 options for this committee. In option 1, we're calling envelope preservation, and that is a sort of a 2-phase effort. So you'll note in the larger plan that there's FY27, there's $50,000 to sort of do that design work around the envelope preservation. And the envelope is all the exterior walls and the roof to really make it weathertight. And if that went through, then we'll look for approximately $500,000 in FY28's capital cycle to that construction. And that's just the envelope. So the interior would be a separate project, probably in the multi-millions of dollars there. And option 2 is to abate and demolish. So it'd just be 1 round of funding, FY27, approximately $300,000. And that removes the building, it abates the material there, and allows for future uses and discussions. So, for example, parking or what it may be.
Or drop-off circle. Drop-off circle.
Drop-off circle, yeah. That's cool. If I pause there.
Parking and a drop-off circle.
Yeah, so it's just a drop-off circle during,
With solar panels.
Michelle,
Yeah.
be still my beating heart. I think that's a brilliant idea, but also, again, it could just be a temporary circle, for drop-off from 7:45 to 8:10.
Yeah,
And then it transitions to parking.
Interesting turn
for
radius
guest
is there, but
parking.
we'd have to think through it. But, yeah, I think I want to see, Mr. Pete, would you want to just kind of speak to the current state of the building and
Yes,
any issues
please.
you've been seeing there?
So, as we know, this has been the can that has been kicked down the road since it was isolated back when Ambrose was built. So in 2005, it was pushed into the corner, most of the utilities were removed from it. It's a hazard, it's an attraction for people, kids, whatever. We often find they've ripped off one of the boards and gotten in the building. It's hazardous to even walk in, it's so full of mold right now. The preservation of it would really to have somebody come in, do some real destructive testing, find out how much of the members that hold up support the roof and pieces like that, what needs to be replaced, new roof, and then anything else that prevents water from getting in. But that's all that would do. So it's been on my list every year for requests for money for a roof. So 20 years, that roof has been leaking into that building. So.
Madam Chair, is this something that we are discussing and voting on tonight?
We will be asked at the end of this presentation to or we will get a recommendation on the priorities from Mr. Marin, and then we will have the opportunity to vote those priorities.
Thank you.
So they're just laying out the options for us.
Go to the next slide.
Can I ask Mr. Lawson a question? Does this fall under any historic preservation?
So
Do we have full control of the building?
you have full control. The leasehold for the Sanborn Society is very tight just to the Sanborn House itself.
Okay.
Could I ask a follow-up to that?
Sure.
Have we been in touch with the historic folks? I don't know if it's the Historic Commission or Society or who in our town is, you know, protecting buildings, but have we had any conversation with them or sustainability on the building?
I haven't personally, but over the last 20 years, there's been interaction, but nothing really recently, as from my standpoint, so.
They've
In the past,
come
they
to
have
the
not
table
wanted
in
to take
previous
it-
years.
They have not been able to or wanted to take it over.
No, the question is, I guess about what their view was on, because it looks like we're talking about demolishing it here as an option, and it's sort of an extreme, irreversible option, and so I thought just having input from key stakeholders who are concerned about those things might be helpful.
There was at one point discussion that the Sanborn Society thought they would like to have it because then it would keep the actual estate intact. But, I mean, that's,
But they also didn't have the funding.
they didn't have the funding to deal with it. It's in really bad shape. And one of your biggest issues there is parking, so always when we talk about it, it's if you do anything that creates more traffic, it's gonna be difficult for the site.
And Mr. Lawson, in your assessment, is there anything left worth preserving in that except the exterior envelope?
It does not have the same characteristics of the inside of the Sanborn House, which is beautiful. It was, that left-hand side was a rec department, preschool, just standard. The other side was Deaconess early intervention, just looked like standard office space and not really, nothing fancy at all.
Because I recall when we considered using it for a central office, it was gonna be basically stripping it down to its studs at that time, that the interior of the building, even at that point, had nothing left that was historical. The only thing that was left historical about it that we viewed at that time was the exterior envelope and its proximity to Sanborn. And even a lot of that was gonna have to be, all the stucco and everything was going to have to be stripped and redone. It wasn't even maintaining that. It was basically rebuilding the building as it looks today.
Yeah, which is, you know, what people do with, you know, old
Right, I
historic
know, I'm
things.
just being
Yeah,
really clear.
Yeah, no, I've been through the building, I know that there's nothing worth saving on the inside, you know, so it's a blank
But
slate.
other people may not who are listening to us.
Right, no, but so I guess I'm
Yeah.
echoing that to your point, it doesn't look like the Sanborn House on the inside. It's a mess on the inside, and what was there isn't appropriate for probably whatever use you would want, because it's like really low sinks and things like that. But to the question, and I'm not like lobbying for saving it or not, it's just when I suddenly realized this is on the agenda to, you know, to demolish something, you know, you can't go back from that. And so if there are people in town who are interested in preserving it as a historic asset or for any other purposes, it would should be great to know.
Yeah.
I do have to say, we walk past this every day on our walk to school, and as much, it would be a shame. It is a shame to lose what was once probably a fabulous structure, but we can just tell our children about it. You know, even in the winter, you can see those planks moving around. There are cans outside of it. It's a liability.
Yeah, in its current state, I agree. And it seems
current state.
that the options here are, one, to invest more money than it would cost to demolish it, to make the planks not be moving around and preserve the asset for the optionality of building out the future someday if there was a use that didn't drive too much traffic and that someone could afford. So I get that that's a big lift, but it's also taking, you know, a historic asset in our town and just wiping it out. And it seems, you know, when I think about sustainability, there's a lot in this world these days that people just take an asset and just wipe it out and build something cheaper or different, or put a parking lot on it or whatever. But that might be the right thing here. I'm just expressing
No, it is sad, because you can tell that it was once a fabulous building. No, that's a good point. That's very valid.
I guess I just want to, ask, would it be better, because we've already started to discuss this, would it be better for you to finish the presentation?
Yeah.
And then for us to have the discussion, because I have a lot to say about this as well, but I just didn't want to.
That works for me.
What do you, what?
Oh, I
what's
thought it would be good too.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to determine.
But we do have a number of slides coming up.
Right, that's what I thought so too.
Yeah.
All right,
So-
I'll roll through.
Do you want to roll through and then we can come back, because I.
Okay, we'll do twice.
The next one is at Lincoln Elementary, and we call it the Lincoln Flatwork Project. Committee's seen this a few times over the years. And so what we've done, I recall, I think it was in February or March, we met with Gale, the engineering firm, has sort of been working with the town to design this. And what we've done since then is we've re-upped the estimates. And then we've also priced out the removal of, there was an outdoor classroom component that required some significant retaining walls and a build out of a certain area. And in reducing that element of the project, it's about a savings of $473,000. So the net estimate for the project is just around $1.6 billion. And that includes final design and construction costs, and then some contingency built into it. Go to the next one. So also at Lincoln, the building's in need of replacing. It's the main chiller. There's some core AC components there. The building is currently completely, it's all air conditioned throughout the building. And so that project is it's about $1.8 million for that chiller component and $400,000 for the core AC. So it's about $2.2 million in total. That February meeting, which I noted here, the committee to take a vote to support the replacement of the rooftop chiller, and it's an air-cooled heat pump. It's option 1B of that NV5 study that we reviewed last February. We also noted a town-wide fiber audit. So I'm partnering with the town's IT department. We've seen that we don't have a really good understanding of the town-wide infrastructure around fiber. We know the endpoints, the actual lines that are being run. We think it'd be very worthwhile to hire a group that can do a full report, an audit of that, and they use technologies there. I know OTDR, which kind of shoots light through these, and you get a lot of data on the grades of that fiber and the age of it. And then they also evaluate the building endpoints, which is where this fiber terminates within the building, and is that all consistent, is up to code, and what are the properties of that?
What is that used for?
Communications?
Yes, that's what our kind of complete network rides on. And so we have.
So is that both phones, internet, everything?
Yeah, so we have ISPs on the town side, our internet service providers.
Yep.
We have one on our side. We have a couple on our side. And so we don't provide internet to each building. We don't pay a service. Like, we have a district-wide connection and then shared throughout that fiber network.
Got it.
And the town has a really good setup where we have redundant fiber going to each school now. The last one was Morocco that we brought online through some ARPA funding. And so the town has been sort of proactive in building out these lines like over the past, I think, 25 years. So there's a lot of history there, so we really like to know kind of the quality of all those lines and if we have to build out a plan to replace any in the future. Because all in, it's a very expensive replacement, but maybe we can phase in over time and see what's needed.
Is that just in the main area of town, like running through to the schools?
It's all over town. You'll see it. It's all
Okay.
through the utility poles. Yeah, it goes to every school kind of twice, and then intertwined with the highway barn. It goes to the recycling center, town hall. The Jenks Center has a line there. Police and fire, I think. So. Over at Ambrose, so there, if you've been there recently, you'll see sort of out front, Pete's team has done a lot to replace a lot of the loose pavers there. And over time, they've become, I think through wear and tear and a lot of the winter salts, they deteriorate and become tripping hazards. and to replace them, you can't just buy it. So his team has to make a custom mold. You see it there at the bottom right to form these, and that's a lot of labor to, dig those out and replace them and make sure they're level. So the recommendation is to replace these pavers with the poured-in-place concrete pads and be kind of a consistent look throughout the front of the building, much safer and better to maintain. And then the last one of note is on the front of the high school, the side area, sort of by the athletics entrance, we're looking to hire an engineering firm to evaluate the existing conditions and recommend ways to remediate any issues there. So you can see through the pictures, it's kind of failing mortar and the capstones are kind of coming off. The bottom right, you can see the railing is kind of tilting there. Maybe Pete, you have a little more color on this one?
So, very soon after the building opened, you could notice on the planter, the big planter out front, that the mortar joints, the mortar was turning to sand and effervescing through. Thought maybe it was a waterproofing issue with that. But then if you, as Andrew said, this is at the backside of the office area, what was the temporary loading dock during construction. All of it is turning to sand. The stones are shifting. We actually have a time-lapse camera from the winter that watches that piece of railing that you can see is skewed, actually moving back and forth with time-lapse. There's other areas that it's happening, like the area in between the music and the gym on those short walls. Assuming that there's some issue with flashing and railing of the cap and water getting down in, but we don't know for sure. We need to get an engineer in, pull it apart, take a look at what's there, and then it's a big job to repair it. All those granite capstones might have to be removed, replaced, reflashed. We don't know, just shooting in the dark, but it's a major problem that's escalated in the last couple of years.
Can I ask?
It's not on the building itself.
That was my question.
If you go, there's a lot of little knee walls or.
Yeah, okay.
That happens to be like a walkway ramp and door area, so it's not attached to the facade of the building.
So is
It's
it,
where these capstones are.
so it's all the capstones and the
Yeah.
material that they used, right?
Right.
So it's not just in these isolated areas, but all of them, right?
Likely.
Most of them, it
around
rapidly
that
grew
front
in this
planter.
area this winter. Some other area might escalate faster too, so we
Right.
want to get ahead of it.
Sure.
Find out if it's a problem all the way. Could have been bad mortar or,
Right.
but we don't think so at this point. It looks like it might have been a design problem from the start.
Like the capstones are too heavy?
Well, I've had a mason in a couple of times, had a railing gentleman came in, thinks that, see the railings are drilled down through and then they're into the concrete form below. He thinks that moisture's gotten in through that way and wept out.
Yeah.
A lot of spitballing's happened, but we need the engineer to come in and say what's going on with it.
And
Are there other areas besides just the front?
So if you look at the front, there's the big round planter. There's a wall, knee wall that juts out towards where the front entrance is. And if you go around to, as I said, you walk along the track side and you come to the gym, there's that right entrance up into there.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of that knee wall, sitting stone type of thing that it's affected there. Not as bad yet, but
But you are seeing it.
you're seeing it in other places.
is this new construction from when the renovation
It's all
happened?
new.
or-
Yeah, it was in phases. I can actually say that this was probably one of the last areas, because that railing was off, and they were using that as a temporary loading dock for food service. Then there was some damage, and it was rebuilt. So that's probably the newest brickwork, but it's in the worst shape.
But there's no, so like, I mean, I'm thinking about the challenge that we're dealing with the concrete that predated the renovation of the building. It's not that there's something underpinning it that's older.
No, none of this is, as I said, this ramp was added on to the old building and built out. Those other areas are all new, so it has nothing and has never been exposed to the, what do we call it?
Carbonation.
The carbonation and.
Yeah. No, I'm just surprised at the severity of the issue, given the very recent vintage of the work.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
And is there no, there's no, we don't have any recourse with the people that installed it
Well-
to go back and evaluate and do this work? or
No,
is this-
not without legal process, and you would need some information first. I think Massachusetts, there might be an avenue at this late date, but for the most part, workmanship's a year and parts are 5 years, but unless there's something special. But if it is bad, I mean.
If there's a recall on any of the materials, or,
No, but that's more stuff that we would have the engineer take a look at.
right,
You know, again, just kind of like, oh, could it be, did they buy a whole bunch of mortar, put it in a container, and by year 3 or year 4, it was corrupt, but they were using it? Can't,
right.
We don't
I
know.
we don't know. We'd have to dig back into the records. We have all of like the submittals for all the materials, all that stuff to review, but again, it's starting to look more and more like it's a design flashing flaw where the water is penetrating the top, getting behind and pushing its way out, especially during the freeze thaw cycles.
Right.
So that would go back to the architecture of the building?
That would go back to the design, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, it sounds like it's different, but I know that when you mentioned the planters in the front of the building, I know if you walk from the parking lot over there towards the steps, the concrete has sunk a little bit, like the sidewalk steps down. That's completely different from this, right?
The only thing I will say, I have concerns where you see that upper left corner one.
Yeah.
So the building is built on pilings and does not move.
Yeah.
In the years past,
The ground does.
everything, the ground does. I know during building that they put pilings to support certain utilities in certain areas, but it stopped certain places. So I know where you're talking about where it's getting to that. I'm concerned a little bit that is a set of stairs there. I have to look and see if it's just railing or if it's doing what's called hinging and doing a little of this at the same time. So, again, we need an engineer in to tell us what we're looking at.
Just as a side note, I remember when I was in law school, we studied when they put the green line in, it cut off the water flow to the piers under Trinity Church, and it was a whole damages case. But I wonder with our flood mitigation if that will change the rate of settling. That I remember the old high school before the renovation. You came out the door and it sunk down, the brick went down, and it continues to move, as you say. That the piers don't move, but the ground does.
Yeah. So during that construction, they had culled out a lot of the fill. They put in lightweight fills, and they did some mitigation for it, but again, it is sitting on peat somewhere down there, so.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, the whole
Yeah.
area.
And does this sound, it seems like it rhymes with the flat work over at Lincoln. Is this something, the scale of this?
I don't know till we look at it more. Lincoln, I will say that was bad from, almost day one. It was really poor workmanship that was never addressed. The project had gone into mediation and there was much recourse after that. The cheek walls that the railings are in were poured right onto the loom. A lot of the sub-material wasn't done right, so there's a lot of sinking and cracking. Just because it started so long ago, I'm the one that pushed for it to start because of all the failures of the concrete. I'm going back to Lincoln just because I've got an ear, so there's a lot going on there that's due to improper subsoils, but not the same.
So the 30K is just for the evaluation, and then stay tuned.
Just to figure out what's going on.
So,
Right.
so on the 5-year, you'll see TBD in FY '28,
Yeah,
once we
I
determine
noticed
what that
that.
cost would be.
Yeah, I noticed that on the 5-year maintenance plan.
And yeah, that's good on that one. So the last slide, I'll just show you this. So this is sort of summary of each of those projects in FY '27. And then our district administration, our recommendations for a possible prioritization here.
Can you speak just really high level to the, I see you have our goals down here, but just in a sentence or two, how each of these projects relates to like teaching and learning and things like that? Or just each, is that?
Yeah, I go through my thoughts on it, but you have things like AC benefit those directly at the classrooms and the comfort in those rooms.
Okay.
You see how, the carriage house we spoke to, how it, this operations and system supports, how there is maintenance there and community and well-being, how it's become a hazard.
And the
for that
drop-off
area.
situation is hazardous.
Yep.
We all park on the side streets and hope for the best.
Yeah.
It's really something that needs to be addressed.
We'll work on traffic together.
The pedestrian walkway, of course, there's operational labor there, and then, it's right at the main entrance there, where it's a hazard. Townwide fiber, where we use Google every day, and we're running on the cloud, and that's our main infrastructure. The Lincoln Flatworks sort of touches all those areas, and the concrete is really more the operation support side.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a quick sort of process question, Andrew? Often the school committee doesn't vote capital priorities until the end of the summer, and I understand wanting to get ahead of the processes for capital and the WCCP, but if we are not talking about preserving the carriage house, it would not fall under the WCCP to demolish it. And given that that may be a broader discussion than this evening, would it be problematic for you at all to pull that item aside for our next meeting, or even our workshop that we have?
June
where we
29th.
might be able to consider that in the larger context of the facilities master plan that's coming up as well, but vote everything else tonight, given the hour. Is that going to get in your way if I would recommend that we do that?
No, and you can always, it could, so it can not go through this capital process this year. You can delay it, or you can sponsor a separate article on your own for.
Well, I
town
was just
meeting
thinking if we
too.
could let capital know a little bit later than tonight's meeting, like perhaps later in June or early July, if we decided to
Yeah.
add that back in.
Are you just suggesting
And I think
pulling
we've
one
also
item?
I'm
said that,
suggesting pulling the carriage house out just for tonight.
and we've
Given-
also said that this is a preliminary
Yeah.
But I also heard
ranking.
that he was looking for a vote.
Yeah, I'm a stickler for deadline, but I think we can always
But it was
pull
putting in place.
whatever we want. I think we can call preliminary. I'll submit everything to the town tomorrow. We can submit Well Carriage House, and if we want to revote these, I don't see.
What information are you hoping to get?
Well, I was hearing Mr. Hopcroft had some questions about whether other places, like the historical preservation and things have been brought in, and what other groups have been consulted about it. And it would fall under the Community Preservation Act, were we to choose to preserve it. So I'm just thinking, rather than try to make that decision here tonight, that just giving this committee a little bit more time to have that discussion, because we've never had that with the 5 of us. I know, like, Karen and Tom and I have had a lot of discussion over the carriage house over the last couple of years. But I didn't want to get in the way of capital or Andrew's process, but if we could just pull that one item aside, so we had a little bit longer time
To have conversations with those groups?
Yeah, because it's 9:15.
Yeah, I think-
Yeah, oh,
I've-
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I could offer one idea too, if you'd like, but you could sort of prioritize it and say we have to do something either way. I
Right.
can leave it as
Well, that's-
I can leave it as TBD on the plan. You can say, either way, it's going to be somewhere ranked here.
It's going to be one of those two options.
Yeah, if you're good with those options.
Mike-
And then I can sort of write that up and say by this date, the school committee will vote on either option.
Okay.
I mean, one thing I heard Ms. Bergstrom say, though, also was and I hadn't really thought about this lens, which I think is a good one, is the facilities master plan. That none of these other things are talking about potential facility space.
Right.
And this one is, and since we have a planning process to look at spaces, and it may determine Again, I'm not saying we should keep it, but I'm just saying I feel a little bit uncomfortable voting on demolishing it because it's a very significant. It's like unplugging, your grandparent or something like that. Like you can't go back.
What I'm suggesting, we might want to have the discussion about whether it should be in the facilities master plan or pull it out, whether it's an asset we're willing, right? And that's going to be a bigger discussion than we're going to tackle
Than
here
we want to do right now, yeah.
So what I think I hear Mr. Marin saying is that we can prioritize it. So I think there's two decision points. One of them is whether we believe it merits priority 2, right?
Right.
And if we believe it merits any priority on this list, then is it option A or option B, essentially? And it sounds like what you're saying is that at minimum, we need to make a decision about the list tonight, but we don't necessarily need to decide on option A or B for the carriage house. And I guess my question
And
is,
you could just keep it as a placeholder there.
yeah, what I'm trying to determine is, does anyone on the committee feel that if we chose option A or option B, it changes the priority level in the recommendation that's currently on the screen?
So separate from that, I'll say that if you were to put instead of TBD in here, 3 to 500,000, and then I see things like the walkway that people are walking on every single day, that's 50,000. There's a number of things that are much smaller numbers. Even the high school exterior concrete, which says 25 here and 30 there, but whatever it is, it's a small number to find out what's going on. I might say, my preference might be to say, okay, we got the Lincoln Chiller, that's, to me, absolutely clear. Too bad we don't have the climate leader program in place, because we might be able to get it largely paid for by that, but whatever. There'll be other projects for that money. But that one I think is essential. Then you have 3 that add up to $120,000.
Yes.
That I would just knock all 3 of those out and bump them up in priority. Is my, and then have the 300,000 and the 1.6 million, which I kind of wonder, can 1.6 million, is that something that has to be all done at once, or is there any way to break that apart? And there might not be, because you're taking away lots of sidewalks to put in one big one, so maybe that's just a big nut, and you gotta figure out how to deal with that someday. But so, to answer your question, I might bump those little things up, just because we can knock off 3 projects.
So what you're saying is move 3, 4, 5 up to 2, 3, 4, and move carriage house back to 5.
3, 4, and 6.
Sorry, yeah, 3, 4, 6 up to 2, 3, and 4.
Right.
Move carriage house back to 5, and move Lincoln Flatwork to 6.
But I
That
think
was my
that depends
suggestion.
on what we do with it, because I would say it's absolutely a priority to take down this year, if we're gonna take it down. So that's why it's hard for me to rank these tonight. If this committee falls on the side of seeking preservation or funding to seek preservation, then it may fall a little bit further down for me on the list. So that's why I'm struggling a little bit to prioritize some of those things, because typically we get our top 3.
Yeah,
And I might move it up higher if we had a better sense of which direction we were going.
Yeah, I mean, I will just say for myself, I share a lot of the concerns that you've outlined. I think the unfortunate part, to Mr. Lawson's point, is that we actually have essentially let this asset deteriorate for an unreasonable amount of time. And I think...
That was me. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It's like, I personally, I'm just going to say it, I favor the demolition option right now, in large part because I feel like the time that we had to do something like preservation of the exterior envelope of the building was a substantial amount of time ago. And I also think for myself, I'm guided by the fact that this project did go to town meeting.
Right.
For $6 million.
A
project.
Right, the school.
$8 million,
Yeah,
sorry.
The central office project.
Correct. $8 to $10 million. And what I took away from that, I sort of, I guess, in my own, were you, Ms. Minyarji, were you on town meeting? I can't remember.
I was not, thank you.
Okay, I
was
can't remember whether it was just before or just after you.
Dr. Hyatt's first year
Right.
with us.
Oh, it's been that long, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, time collapses. But what I would say is we've sort of gotten, what I did not hear in that debate, if I'm remembering correctly, was a lot of fixation on the fact that it was a central office project. I got the sense that people didn't want to spend that amount of money. And so I am nervous about missing the chance, because of the safety and security issues that have been raised, to do something about this year by waiting. You know, I just don't know. It's a very complicated thing, right? Because we're saying, you know, once again, we're sort of, the timeline is being moved ahead for something, right? And we're now having pressure to make a decision on something that we maybe don't have enough information on, solely because the timeline got moved up, right? But if we wait, right, it's entirely possible they'll come back to us and say, well, you didn't do that this year, you know, off it goes from the list.
Suggesting waiting a couple weeks.
Yeah, but I just don't know. I mean, what is your sense of sort of where they're at on, you know, if we fail to make a decision?
Being one who has supported demolishing the building.
Yeah, no, and that's why I'm trying to, but like, is this, if we don't provide this by vote tonight, what's the output? I mean, are they gonna just take what we gave them? Are they going to?
Or can
I'm
I,
not sure. I've got,
friendly amendment to that?
Sure.
If we rank the rest of them and said that this one, we're not sure where it goes yet, and we just wanted a couple extra weeks on that, could they handle that as a, not a pure numerical list, but as a, you know, there's some question, and if you give us a few weeks, maybe we have a better answer?
So I think the time pressure is coming from the Community Preservation Act. So the first round of applications is going out for the Community Preservation Act, like, almost tomorrow. To be able to fund projects for Fall Town Meeting. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lawson and Mr. Maron, because you sit on Capital, but I think the concern is that they want to know if there are any projects that might fall under historic preservation or recreation or housing that are coming out of the capital planning process, because those would be things that they could then apply for CPA money for. So if the Carriage House would be a historic preservation item. So I think the timeline pressure is coming from us needing to make a decision of whether this would go forward for, could potentially go forward for a CPA. Am I wrong on any of that?
that's correct,
Does-
yeah. And
Does the CPA group have views on this? I mean,
The Community Preservation Act doesn't take views on any of the projects until they come to us as an application.
okay.
So
And I know the answer to this question, but just for the record,
you can go ahead and just say.
who, you know, who would be in the case of something like this, who would be an applicant for a project like the Carriage House?
There could be any number of applicants, so it could be the school department jointly with the capital planning committee, jointly with the historic preservation committee. Historic preservation could come forward on their own.
Right.
Sanborn House could come forward, actually, in fact, with an application if they were interested. If we were willing to give up the property, we'd have to be willing to cede the property to the Sanborn House first as a school committee, and then Sanborn House would be able to put an application forward as a community organization to preserve it.
So this would be really, really easy if we just knew that they weren't interested in preserving it. Or whatever.
Didn't have the capacity.
Didn't have the capacity or
Yeah.
the,
It's just hard as, you know, one of five to like make a decision on something that I get, like, there's strong constituencies that want to get rid of it, and that's fine. That may be where it likely ends up.
I'd also love for it to be beautiful.
Oh, yeah,
I would
yeah.
love for it to be safe and a valuable space for the community. That would also be lovely.
It would be good to not to look how it does now. So whether it's a
But that's
parking
not
lot
where it
or a
ended
beautiful
up a few
building.
years
Right,
ago.
but it's two opposite ends of a spectrum, right?
Right.
It's either,
And I just
I
don't know
mean,
if
in order
that's-
to get it to that point, that would bankrupt the entire
Yeah.
CPA fund for a decade.
That's what I meant, right.
well, it goes
So,
against
Mr.
borrowing
Maron.
and
Yes.
all that, that's a whole other thing, but it's
just
more the, I go back to what Mr. Matthews said, that the town, you know, town meeting was not willing to accept it as the town in the price range that it would take to restore it,
And we can just assume that that price has now doubled,
which.
right?
Probably in this
With
climate.
given rates of inflation and
Forcing
construction
us to be
costs.
Making this decision today.
Yeah.
But I also hear Mr. Hopcroft's concern that he wasn't aware that we were talking about demolishing the carriage house tonight. And while this has been a long time coming, I was trying to be respectful of
Yeah.
that.
I'll also say, I don't think
Mr. Maron also has something as a final comment here, too.
Okay, I was just going to say that I don't think our town has often thought investing in central office was the right place to put money, which, and when I say central office, I mean not only the building, but building out an adequate staff in central office. That's led to some challenges. But so that's why I wonder if town meetings, barometer of the value of central office is different than if it was, we joked earlier, put the Ambrose PTO in there and run the after-school programs there or something. Might have a different answer. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I struggle with that just because I think what I heard, I could be totally off on this, but I think what I heard during the town meeting discussion was, wouldn't it be lovely if someone, historic preservation or private philanthropy stepped up to try and save the building, but I didn't, I've heard.
And in the years since, we also haven't heard people stepping up.
Correct.
Because that has been a few years past, was Dr. Hackett's first year, and we have not heard an interest like that expressed.
Exactly.
Although there's nothing that drives activity like the bulldozers, that are
We have daily conversations about the carriage house
So,
by
I will say that.
Ambrose, daily.
It may also fall under the historic demolition delay bylaw. So even if we choose to demolish it this year, I'm gonna guess we're gonna have to wait a year potentially to do that. So in that period of time.
Does Mr. Lawson know, is that true, likely to be true?
I don't know if it would fall under it. It's anything before 1940. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know whether it would or not, but we may.
Yeah, because it does get classed.
So it still have to take a year, right, for that?
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you guys taking it on, because for 20 years, people have been waiting for it to fall in on itself. It's time to figure it out.
I mean, which I think speaks to it's exactly what Ms. Bolognese just said. It feels like everybody's wishing that someone would do something about it, and yet we've never been able to materialize a plan, and there isn't the energy to drive
Again, we have
forward.
a lot of creative conversations about this, but wouldn't it be
100%.
nice to be multifamily housing, or maybe a nice restaurant can go in there? Daily conversations, we've really tried as a community.
But I would actually love to, just not to prolong, but I would love to hear, in the Ambrose community, what would you say the sort of, you have experience there as well, but it's, what is the ambient temperature around?
Circle drop-off line.
Okay, that's, I assumed that based on your
I would
comments
be
tonight
comfortable saying
previously.
that's unanimous.
Well, and I was gonna say, the other challenge of that building is that the reason I think people haven't stepped forward is because we've been unwilling, not even me, but school committees before me, to relinquish the space.
Right.
Because it does sit literally in Ambrose's parking lot.
Right.
So there are challenges with putting anything in that is not school-related as well.
Right,
Because that impacts our daily operations and the safety and security of our kids.
Parking
100%.
access.
Because
And it addresses two safety concerns, right? By taking option 2, it addresses the existing structure and the hazards that it poses. And it would also, by creating an additional parking space and drop-off area, that is another safety concern that is in the community.
Right.
So,
But I
you get
think,
it's a
Tim, you
twofer.
offered the idea that we could rank it as number 2, as in, yes, we believe something should be done with the carriage house, but we don't have to decide tonight.
Right.
Whether that's to demolish it, or it's saying, we want capital to address carriage house this year.
Yeah,
And we will come forward with a recommendation.
And we can also discuss that when it comes up at our workshop.
I personally would favor that, because I actually think it is time for us to,
Absolutely.
My fear about moving it back is that, to Mr. Lawson's point, the time has come.
Right.
And to Mr. Hopcroft's point, maybe by saying we want to rank it number 2 with the option between demolishing and closing the envelope in as being TBD, we'll finally force the conversation to be had over the next
And we'll hear from
couple of weeks.
Correct.
And say, here's the decision point, it's either A or it's B.
Right.
You know, if somebody can come up with a plausible idea, right, supportable idea for
Anyone in the community or a
what would happen
philanthropist.
in the event of preservation. I mean,
Right.
and then we can at least have the discussion. It may be that
Yeah.
we still decide something like that doesn't make sense because it infringes upon the space of one of our space-constrained elementary schools, which is already sharing space. And one last question that I have is, where exactly, so the sublease that we've done, so the Sanborn House is, the way I understand this is, Sanborn House is subleased to the town, which subleases it to the Historical Society. Is that?
I believe it was
Surplus.
not, it
It
was
was
surplus
surplus
to the
dog.
town. And then the town put it under a 99-year lease to
The
the Conservancy.
Building.
The
Because,
building.
no, because if you look, so this is where I think we really need to, I would love to get clear information on this. Because you actually look at the property records, we own that entire, it says that it's Ambrose School, including, according to what I see in the database, the land on which Sanborn House sits. So unless it just wasn't updated when the surplusing took place, it looks like that entire rectangle of land still belongs to the school department. And
All the way
so-
down to Church Street?
All the way down to Cambridge and.
Oh, Cambridge, yes, Cambridge
yeah.
and Church.
So I don't know what, because I've heard a lot of different things about it. It's like, oh, exactly what you just said.
Right.
And I would love to know, because I don't know what portion of that, if that did happen, I don't know what portion of the property, like where is the division between school department property and town / 99-year subleased property?
Somewhere
Where
I
does that
do
exist?
have a copy of the lease that shows the tightness of the leasehold. The leasehold is pretty tight to the building. I send
And
it
the
over.
adjacent parking lot.
Like, does it include the parking? I mean,
We're not able to use that parking lot on the
Well,
side.
that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of.
Clear that they own the land, 'cause at Ambrose, we went through that.
But the Ambrose Garden,
Yes,
the Ambrose Garden though is on that Sanborn side, so I don't know if
Right,
that's
which
just,
we've had an issue with in the past as well.
yeah.
So I'm curious what Mr. Maron's thing was he was going to say before I interrupted him like 20 minutes ago.
That's all right, to bring it home. So I was thinking,
Bring it
it's
home.
really about a capital
Yes.
budget.
Bring us home, please.
So I think it'd be okay to say we're gonna budget the 300K,
Right.
and we're gonna put an asterisk that we need further conversation. And if anything, then you're reducing it down to 50K,
Right, that's
which
what I was
capital
saying.
planning would love, you know,
Yeah.
so. So if you're okay with that, we could hold that number. This is the
Yep.
max we would request.
Yep.
And then we're gonna kind of put an asterisk on, we're gonna either rank this or do a final determination by this date. I think I could sell
I'm
that.
okay
That'd
even
be
ranking it second that
Yeah.
way, because we can, I think that's what I was saying, because then we can pull it
Yep.
out. Like-
I personally, can I just, I don't know if this moves us forward or makes it more complicated, but in my mind, school committee ranking for me would be Lincoln Chiller 1, Carriage House 2. Then the package of 3 smaller things immediately behind, right? So the pedestrian walkway, the fiber audit, and the exterior concrete. And then I would put Lincoln Flatwork at 6 for myself.
I would agree with that.
Agreed.
And I would,
What about the townward fiber audit?
It's
that was
pulling
part of
up.
the 3.
Oh, pulling that.
That's
okay.
4.
And messaging it to them, I mean, if it's possible, I think we would like to think of that as a package of 3, as Mr. Hopcroft said.
And I have a slight amendment to it, which friendly, that Mr. Maron may not love, but I would actually put so 1 and 2, yes. I would make 3 the combination of the Ambrose pedestrian walkway and the Winchester High School exterior. Are we lumping
We
these together?
have to, I
Or-
believe we
or-
have to do them as individual
Okay,
projects
or,
for capital.
or
not
itemize them, but package, those 2 are about like student safety and.
Right.
Right.
And so they're different in my mind than the fiber, as much as I want to see the fiber also. Like I would package those 2 and then the fiber.
I think you're just gonna have to put them ahead of the fiber.
Yeah, but just in terms of if we're messaging it in a way.
Yeah, and I think I
Just-
was trying to see if there was any way, if it's, typically we get 3, like. you
3
know,
for 1, yeah.
Can it be a?
Well, because then it would be 75,000 if you package those 2 together and they're student safety related.
So I'm curious
if
why, is the fiber audit, could it be a safety issue if things go down? Like, is that why it's ranked higher than the other one?
That's a good question.
Yeah, and there's a lot of current unknowns around what's out there. You know, we recently had to run new fiber for Lynch, and so we typically weren't really involved in that world of fiber. It's more of a town effort. And having more insight it brought up more concerns that.
But you don't know.
On it. Yeah, we'd like to know what we know. So,
Looking at under the buildings and stuff,
yeah,
finding.
but I will speak
problems.
to from my experience, capital committee does like coming if we do package things. So if there was kind of like this concrete project, and if we part is designed for this area and then actual construction here, I think we put that together that way. But you can certainly rank it like this, so we'll consolidate it. We did that last year for
I think you
security.
packaged things before, security
Yeah.
from.
If the Lincoln flat work weren't so darn big, you know, it also fits in this category.
Right.
But it's just so big. That's why if there's a way to break it up into and sequence it over time, but I don't think you can do that because
we can certainly.
It would
look
be
through it.
awful difficult to.
Yeah, because it's
The reason why the change in the configuration of the big the staircases going down was in design. I said, well,
we don't need
it
all
costs you more to fix two than to put one in. That was it. The big grand staircase that goes up into the building, that's a big chunk that needs to be done. But you've got stuff falling apart everywhere, and that big chunk of concrete came off the side where the gym is, and so I wouldn't suggest splitting it up, but anything can be relooked at, but.
Right, and I'm not suggesting that either, because I think the bulk of it is right there, and that one, by the way, is also a safety issue and a historic, preservation, because it's putting it back the way it used to be.
I mean, I personally, I'm going to say two things. One of them is, I sort of think that it feels like the pedestrian walkway and the Winchester High School exterior concrete are very similar in terms of their, sort of the type of project that they are and their implications. So in both cases, I think there's a potential safety issue. And so those feel like something that could pair. I mean, I don't know how capital will react to this, but it feels like trying to fit the fiber audit into that doesn't work particularly well, though I do feel like we could make a student safety justification, like you suggested, Mr. Hopcroft, around the walkway and the exterior concrete. The Lincoln flatwork, I mean, I'll just say, having been one of, I guess I was Mr. Marin was there, for the walk through Morocco. I mean, I've been at Lincoln a lot recently, and the actual concrete, I mean, I don't know if Mr. Loss, I don't want to drag you into a debate, but it feels like the flat work at Lincoln is an issue, but what I saw at Morocco is, especially around even exterior concrete, is much more severe than some of the stuff I saw at Lincoln. So I have a hard time prioritizing that above something like the chiller or dealing with the carriage house.
And I think the chiller is definitely the top.
I agree that there are a lot of issues, but I think about some of, I'll just say, for those of us that have been to Morocco, I mean, there's a large exterior concrete wall that sort of wraps around the north side of the building, and it was much more deteriorated than the things I saw at Lincoln, so. So.
Which might be a good request, that if there is another $30,000 project to be looking at, at the condition of the walls and flat work around Morocco, that maybe it doesn't make this cycle, maybe it's not, or maybe there is one.
So as part of these life extension funds, we're hiring an engineering firm to do exactly that.
So that's already funded.
Which is great. But I think there's two things going on in the current flat work package. One of them is, to your point, the sort of lack of safety, the real crumbling issues that we're seeing. And I think the sort of, what I struggle with personally, I'm not going to speak for anybody else, is, the sort of, I know we removed the outdoor classroom, but it's a very large amount of money. And I think unless it becomes in some way our number one, asking for $1.6 million and, counting likely if it goes beyond this year, it has to really be something that's very high on our priority list. And you came in with a priority the way you did, and I just don't, I worry about some of the deterioration issues and whether there's a way to remediate that in the absence of doing the whole $1.6 million project, but that's,
especially
I think,
when
for a
there's a
different day.
$2.2 million project sitting in our number one
Yeah,
spot.
no, exactly. I mean, I think it's highly unlikely we're getting, another large project. And so I just, at the risk that becomes something that keeps getting punted, You know, I just don't know what we're gonna feel next year, whether it becomes our number one.
Well, it depends on if kids are sweltering in a building or freezing somewhere.
100%, right, like
Yeah.
that's the, and so I guess, Mr. Lawson, what I would say is, you know, just for myself, and I don't know if the committee agrees, I think we have to be very careful about making sure it doesn't deteriorate to a point that it's, you know, similar to the exterior concrete stuff at the high school, just knowing.
Ranking is the hardest thing. I have to do it
Yeah.
too. And it's,
Right.
you know, which, I hate to say, but which kid do you like more, you know, so. I have to, when you're done and you send in your ranking, I have to rank all these projects separately.
Yourself.
Coming from me, so. I understand, I'm just more closer to this and what I deal with and the pitch of the water and the staircase the steps will turn and you create trip steps and you gotta pull the whole grand stake.
Yeah, the rails.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming and, you know, I would get big chunks of money to say, oh, repair it, but how do you do a specification for repair?
Yeah.
When you're not doing a real repair?
Right.
So it was a challenge, it made it up to where it's at. I'm for it too, because we only have a couple of guys that work there, and we have all that staircase for custodians to do snow removal, and, you know, trying to shut one of those down never works, because people walk over, it becomes a safety hazard, so. I fully understand, and you guys rank according to education and your projects, and I'll rank when you know, and then capital's gonna have their own feeling on it, so.
And then maybe if.
Do you, what your heart tells you to do.
And then maybe if we have a better understanding of what is entailed with the high school exterior down the road, after it is evaluated, then.
Well, that's what this will do.
I know, then there will be a chance, an opportunity to be able to compare that
Yeah,
against
no, I
Lincoln
mean,
flat
Although
work.
Mr. Matthews, I hear what you're saying, and I would be curious, I wonder, the stairs at Lincoln feel very different than the flat entrance that goes up to the high school where you're seeing the deterioration alongside the wall, which could lead to deterioration of the building, to your point, with
Right.
what's happened with Morocco. So I actually would be interested if that could be, and I know we piecemeal things all over this town all the time, but the building preservation would be like my priority as a school committee member.
Yeah.
So I wonder about splitting that into two projects, and if that would be able to allow us to actually rank the Lincoln flat work higher if we addressed the envelope issues and where the flat work is failing as you come up to the building, and where we saw the two levels of the sidewalks, where could be water intrusion to the side of the building, and then addressed the walkways, the stairways up in a separate project. Could that be two projects?
You're talking Lincoln.
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 Yeah.
So the worst, the area that I would address first, if I had to break it out, but you're gonna be taking the whole building out of service from the main, would be that great grand staircase.
Right.
Right there. And any ancillary pavement that's pitching towards the building, or that has become trips from where those stairs do come up.
Yeah.
So that's where you potentially could do it. But I think all the rest of it is a portion of it, but the biggest portion is that area, and that's where I would go first.
Do we have, I don't remember, maybe you do, Mr. Lawson, do we have in the estimate two prices, but one for the grand staircase and one for the other staircases that lead up?
At one time, I think they pulled it apart. I haven't looked at the documents in a little while. You know, I don't think we have a schedule of values that breaks out two packages, but I'm sure that we could get something that did that.
I just want to make sure it gets done, you know, and that's
Right, and that's-
I think it's not that I don't think I worry because of the size of it, you know, the cost of it. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, oh, okay, so we're going to investigate the exterior concrete situation at the high school, and that's going to probably come back as a fairly large number next year. And then, what happens if it gets in a situation where for years in a row, I mean, it starts to be a carriage house problem, right? It's a much smaller one, but, if it doesn't ever get the gold medal, or at least the silver, maybe it doesn't get done and it just gets worse and worse over time, so.
Or if we can't address the immediate issues that
Right.
are actually at hand, then, like, if it sits and becomes a $1.6 million project and a $1.9 million project.
2.3.
Right, then we're never gonna get to it, whereas if we could address the main staircase and the pitching concrete towards the building, and make sure that the building and the immediate entrance to Lincoln were preserved, and then perhaps hit a smaller project on the stairs at another time.
So can I make a modest proposal? Sorry, Mr. Hopcroft.
Yeah, I was just going to ask are we actually proposing splitting this up or something now, or because it?
Well, we would
it
like
seems we have to
something
rank
for
these.
Mr. Marin to be able to
So
submit.
Mr. Marin, you were about to say something.
Yes, do you want to put the Ambrose Walkway and WHS, just want to call that 3 and 3?
Correct. I was going to say if there's a way we could call it exactly, and then, yeah.
Oh, can you move?
Exactly.
You want 5, 6? Or you
Oh,
want,
I see.
Nope.
is this 5? This is 6, yeah.
Well,
So
4
while
still
you're looking
to-
at that, could I ask,
4, 5,
Yeah, 4 or 5, no
It's
6.
getting late.
one of the
Same.
things we were looking for on the Ambrose was because we were altering, the desire was to go from pavers to concrete. We were looking for a blessing from school committee to change it to the concrete rather than
On the material change as well.
material change, yeah.
I mean, at our Ambrose people.
So I saw the work that was being done for the handcrafted
Yeah.
concrete slabs. It would look like pure artistry going into it. It really would, I mean, I
It was
thought it
better
was
than just
quite
filling the
nice.
holes in.
I thought it was quite nice, but it did look like a very labor-intensive process.
It is.
And it's gonna be ongoing because those pavers are just gonna continue to crack over time.
Right.
So it's like this year you'll do 10 of them, next year you'll have to do another 20.
It could be even more. So originally with the building, we had a pallet of attic stock. We went through those many years ago. The salts and everything just eat up those cementitious stones. And it's funny, when you watch the guys take one apart, you might be doing this one here, and then all of a sudden.
One next to it crumbles.
That other one moves, and all there is this much left on the top, and it's all sand underneath.
Right.
Yeah,
So ideally, it would be a nice, and they're trippy as they are anyway, so
Yeah.
ideally, we'd like to go to concrete. And
I think, when I look at VO, that's basically what you're proposing. And it looks clean,
Right.
it's smooth, it's safe, and is that what we're doing at Lynch too? Sidewalks are probably all concrete there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A mix of both there.
What's
It's
that?
easier to clear too.
Yeah, mostly pour in place.
It's all poured concrete. So, I mean, it feels like that's a emerging best practice standard in the town.
Yeah, and the pavers do look aesthetically pleasing, but in the short term.
Right.
Yeah, and then they
When they're
wear.
new, they look great.
Like over at
Pavers
VO.
are an issue whenever they go in. The old high school had them out front. They become trip steps, they move. You look at downtown, on the
Yeah.
sidewalks, they heave and move, and there is the potential, if you guys wanted to, maybe when we do it, look at maybe some stamping or something to give it.
Yes, to give it
We
some
can talk about
character.
that, but at least,
That'd be so nice to have the Husky logo. I know, I know a couple people.
A little something simpler
I
stuff.
think like textured concrete.
Ambrose
maybe a little
PTO
color on it.
treasurer just woke up.
You could probably get the Ambrose colors like tossed into the concrete when they stamp it.
Yeah, that's nice.
So you want consensus or a vote or something for us?
So I would be, is it okay? Can I just try to make a motion?
Yes.
So I would make a motion to accept the prioritization that's currently shown on screen. Lincoln Chiller replacement and core AC, number 1. Carriage house with option A or option B TBD, number 2. Packaging the life safety hazard mitigation for the Ambrose pedestrian walkway and the WHS exterior concrete investigation for number 3. Number 4, the townwide fiber audit, and number 5, Lincoln flat work.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, and
Ms. Maynard,
there's unanimous for that.
Did you vote?
Is it?
She
Oh,
did.
sorry,
Oh,
I
you-
was just raising my hand.
So, we're just trying to move along.
That was a 5-0
9:50.
vote for the
Yes. No, no,
minutes.
Repeat, my vote is aye.
And it's 9:51.
All right.
And thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Mr. Lawson.
for your
Yes,
patience.
thank you.
Thank
for-
you.
Lawson.
We
Have a great
appreciate
night.
your stamina.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
So, since we do not have our superintendent with us today, I think we shall table the open enrollment discussion. And that moves us on to consideration of the Select Board's recommendation of the joint appointment to the EFPBC.
So, in the interest of time, I would like to make a motion that the school committee approve the appointment that was already voted by the select board of Kara Nierenberg to the engineer position on the EFPBC. And the idea would be that that appointment would be effective on 31st of August.
I think we were saying August 29th, which is
August
just a Friday.
29th. Friday.
So
that we.
Is there a reason it's not immediate?
because of the timing with the Lynch project and
there's a concern about signing off on the final things to get us to completion and opening on the Lynch.
The change orders.
So apparently, my understanding is it requires the engineering consult to sign off on certain, Mr. Marion can help us with this one, but apparently it requires the engineering consult to sign off on certain things in order to actually get to completion of the building.
I guess I'm just concerned that that's not going to be a valid vote because the previous appointment has ended.
Oh, it already has ended?
Yes.
That was not as I understood it, that we could, that the school committee.
That person would have to be reappointed for a short period of time, the previous person, because their three-year term has ended. So the three-year term has ended for the previous candidate, and we would either need to reappoint her for a new three-year term, or we would need to reappoint a new person.
Who is requesting the August 29th? I'm sure that wasn't the school committee that came up with that.
So the superintendent.
It was the superintendent.
I
It's
did it,
convenient.
I just.
Now we know he's not here.
Right, that's.
And I don't know if Mr. Marion has color on this one,
also with the
but
EFPBC.
I'm not as in tune with
Do-
this right now. So.
Yeah, it's three-year terms, so the three-year term is ended, we're reappointing for a new three-year term. There's technically a gap right now, so we need to reappoint somebody, or
we
it's
can.
not a valid reappointment, but then we'd have to reappoint to a new three-year term. So we need to choose the previous person or the new person.
I imagine there's an
I'm sorry, so
in-between
what is the
that-
concern about
This is a
the
voted
August start date?
So
If
I
it
can
was
only
just
speak
our
to what
nominee,
we've
but
heard
it's
from
a
the
voted
superintendent,
appointment.
which is
But
that
we can't replace Mr. Nixon.
there
right now
are
because
a
he's
number of
three-year term.
Oh, I thought we had discretion to do that.
outstanding issues, because obviously the number one priority is to open the Lynch School on time.
Right.
And so my understanding is there are a number of anticipated potential change orders,
The change
last
orders.
minute things that come up, because the building, I mean, as I understand, the building is not yet complete. And so the fear is that if someone new comes into the appointment and doesn't necessarily know or feel comfortable with signing off quickly on
So
things that,
Ms. Nurnberg, I know,
Yeah.
she is an engineer, and she also lives across the street from Lynch. So if there's anyone that's been very involved with the construction of Lynch, it is the nominee for this position.
I mean,
I feel like she's been very involved in the process because it's on her
yeah, I
front
mean,
lawn.
I don't disagree, I just, I
And
don't
she's
have.
an engineer. I don't know, so if there's like, it has to be the same signature on purchase orders or something like that, I don't know.
believe so.
I mean, I think we're gonna have this problem anytime, because we're gonna continue to sign off on things in Lynch for the next 3 years.
Yeah, there'll be punch lists, and we'll
There are
probably
gonna
be
punch lists.
buying
She's-
more items.
She's
and
just
all.
gonna have to hit the ground running.
I spoke to Kara recently, to Ms. Nurnberg, and I don't know if the start time, she's very flexible and is excited about this position. So really,
Ready to get going.
I think
I
it
had
depends
spoken
on,
with
but we
her
want to
as
do this
well.
operationally correct, right? So whatever we need to do.
I had spoken with her as well, and it sounded as if she was very flexible on the time, on the start
Yeah.
time and understanding of it.
So whatever we need to do to make sure that obviously
there's
Lynch is
an-
going to be open
Mhm.
and
Yeah, and the change orders remaining are sort of minor, and you're part of a team there too.
Right.
You know, so
Yeah.
they'll be able to bring them up to speed and transition them over the
That's what I
summer.
was
It's probably a good time to join because we're not designing the building right now.
Right.
We're just wrapping things up.
Yep.
Well, you speak for Dr. Hackett tonight, so.
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
Okay.
So my suggestion would be then we make the appointment, I will amend my motion to make the appointment effective now, but understanding that there will be a transition period over the summer and encouraging Ms. Nierenberg to consult her predecessor for the remainder of,
I think that's reasonable.
is that, okay?
Yeah.
For the remainder of the Lynch project, to make sure that we get to
So that
completion.
there's some continuity there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have consideration of the subcommittee and town assignments. So let me just see. We had a preliminary, or we'd have a draft version of this out before. I've heard feedback back from each of you. And we can scroll through these, and then we just have a few highlighted in pink, red, towards the bottom, which these are school committee appointments. State of the town committee, we've already taken care of, so mostly it's just those town assignments. One of which we've just taken care of with the appointment of Ms. Nierenberg. So,
I would be happy to make a is that,
I don't think
are you?
We don't need to vote on that.
There's one,
Okay.
I
Which one?
believe, do we need to,
In the past, we've only voted.
we've just acknowledged it. Okay.
Just like we just
Yeah.
voted Ms.
All right.
Nuremberg.
okay.
So we're just acknowledging.
So we're
it.
just
We're
acknowledge that you've,
thanking you for your work.
Thank you
That's
for-
what we're doing.
thank you for making the appointment.
That's right.
And we're
Okay.
thanking everybody for their work for what
All
they've
right.
agreed to work on.
Okay. Next up is consideration of the timeline for the FY '25 evaluation of the superintendent. This is related to policy CBI, which is on the evaluation of the superintendent. And basically, both DESE and the MASC have their documentation on how we evaluate the superintendent. And both of those documents address that if you have a superintendent with, who is an experienced superintendent, or who has served in the district for more than 3 years, then you can consider having, instead of just an annual evaluation, you can instead consider having a 2-year evaluation process. So you'd have a 2-year summative evaluation, and then in the off year, you would have a formative assessment, during which the superintendent just works with us, receives some feedback, talks about their goals, so.
And we talked about this before.
We have
So-
Not with this committee, but.
I believe we do actually have to make one vote on the appointments because it looks like it's voted by school committee.
Which one?
The pink one, the green ones?
Yeah, the ones that are in, I believe that the ones that are in red, we do have to vote.
I think red is chair and green is
No,
committee.
green
So
is,
the red
green
are
is
the
chair and red
Oh,
is
green is
school
the
committee.
School committee.
But we have,
But-
if we have to vote them, we have to vote them individually.
Correct, which is why because there's been at least one change made. So I want to make sure that we take a vote if it's needed.
I think in the, well,
I think it's our privilege to appoint
Sure, the folks at
who
home
we
agree.
want to those committees.
Got it.
that
Do we
don't
need
have
to, we don't have to
and
vote?
the
Okay.
only one that we have actually ever voted is
Is
the
the
PBC. Yeah.
Got it, okay.
Because
Yeah.
it's on a 3-year appointment term, whereas the other ones
These
would
are-
change year
yeah.
to year.
Yep.
Based on.
So it's more of
It's at the
informational.
pleasure of the committee, right, Karen?
Yes, I would
Yeah.
say that. It's an accurate characterization.
Okay.
So I'm supportive of the 2-year summative evaluation.
Sounds like going back
I
to
like-
that. We're moving
I like
along.
it's
Sorry, I just
10
wanted to
o'clock.
make sure we didn't.
No, we were fine.
I
So,
just, in that case, I would be happy to, I would be happy to make a motion, based on the unanimous recommendation of the policy subcommittee at its meeting this week, that the school committee can, implement a 2-year summative evaluation cycle for the superintendent based on Dr. Hackett's extensive experience and length of time in the district. This process that we're going to be employing will include a formative evaluation, not a summative evaluation step during the off years.
Which
So
would be
that-
this
That
summer.
would mean that we're in an off year this year with a formative evaluation, and then doing the state full summative evaluation again next year.
Well said. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and thank you very much. The vote is unanimous. Moving on to anticipated future agenda items, we have the facilities master plan and the 25-26 student handbooks. Next meetings will be June 24th, the workshop and the tour of, which will be a workshop and the tour of Lynch. I'd also encourage you, I think included in your binder is a list of the summer meetings, and we need to, I have received everybody's vacation times. We just need to settle on a time when we can meet for those meetings. So we'll be in touch.
May I just make one more friendly request that the chair communicate to the town boards in writing from the school committee that new appointments have been made to the
Yes.
board,
Do that.
and who's continuing on to current boards.
Yep.
Definitely will do.
Is there a time on the 24th for the, and are we meeting at
So
Lynch?
we are looking, I think we had settled on sometime between 1 to 5 p.m.,
Okay.
beginning with the workshop, and depending on how quickly or methodically the workshop continues, then we'll plan on heading over to Lynch around 3:30 or 4.
Oh, where will we meet for the workshop? I thought it was going to be at Lynch.
Lincoln.
Oh, at Lincoln, okay. And then,
Yes.
And then we will take a walking tour. No.
Yes. Yeah.
Optimism is
That's right.
unbounded, but
Probably don't have a certificate of occupancy yet.
yes.
Yeah.
And things like,
Hard hats.
electricity that, we can
Although it
plug all
sounds
our
like
computers
The
into.
We'll
electric
be
is
just
on.
short of,
It's been on for a long time. I walk by it every day.
just short of substantial
conference room
completion.
available.
Transformer, it was delayed for a bit.
Substantial
We got it.
completion.
Yeah.
Long time
Oh,
ago.
yes, Mr. Marin confirms, no more hats needed. We'll be
Oh, yeah.
almost at substantial completion.
so long as the sun's shining, they have power.
But we can't meet there, right?
I want my
All
name
right.
on it.
I'm sure it's.
It's
I-
10:03.
I still want a hard hat.
I would make
Yeah, that's what we just said.
I would make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much to WinCam and all who stay with us this
And
evening.
for the
Thank you very much.
10:03 p.m. for the
For the
notes.
minutes.
Turn these off or just leave them?